One of the worst fallacies in the field of economics, propagated by Karl Marx and accepted by almost everyone today, including many businessmen, is the notion that the development of monopolies is an inescapable and intrinsic result of the operation of a free, unregulated economy. In fact, the exact opposite is true. It is a free market that makes monopolies impossible. It is imperative that we be clear and specific in our definition of monopoly. When people speak in an economic or political context of the dangers and evils of monopoly, what they mean, quite clearly, is a coercive monopoly. That is, exclusive control of a given field of production which is closed to and exempt from competition, so that those controlling the field are able to set arbitrary production policies and charge arbitrary prices, independent of the market, immune from the law of supply and demand. Such a monopoly, it is important to note, entails more than the absence of competition. It entails the impossibility of competition. That is a coercive monopoly's characteristic attribute, which is essential to any condemnation of such a monopoly. In the entire history of capitalism, no one has been able to establish a coercive monopoly by means of competition on a free market. There is only one way to forbid entry into a given field of production: by law. Every coercive monopoly that exists or has ever existed in the United States, in Europe, or anywhere else in the world was created and made possible only by an act of government, by special franchises, licenses, subsidies, by legislative actions which granted special privileges not obtainable on a free market to a man or a group of men, and forbade all others to enter that particular field. A coercive monopoly is not the result of laissez-faire. It can result only from the abrogation of laissez-faire and from the introduction of the opposite principle, the principle of statism. In this country, a utility company is a coercive monopoly. The government grants it a franchise for an exclusive territory, and no one else is allowed to engage in that service in that territory. A would-be competitor attempting to sell electric power would be stopped by law. A telephone company is a coercive monopoly. As recently as World War II, the government ordered the two then existing telegraph companies, Western Union and Postal Telegraph, to merge into one monopoly. In the comparatively free days of American capitalism, in the late 19th, early 20th century, there were many attempts to corner the market on various commodities, such as cotton and wheat, to mention two famous examples, then close the field to competition and gather huge profits by selling at exorbitant prices. All such attempts failed. The men who tried it were compelled to give up or else go bankrupt. They were defeated not by legislative action, but by the action of the free market. The question is often asked, what if a large, rich company kept buying out its smaller competitors or kept forcing them out of business by means of undercutting prices and selling at a loss? Would it not be able to gain control of a given field and then start charging high prices and be free to stagnate with no fear of competition? The answer is no, it could not be done. If a company assumed heavy losses in order to drive out competitors, then began to charge high prices to regain what it had lost, this would necessarily serve as an incentive for new competitors to enter the field, and take advantage of the high profitability without any losses to recoup. The new competitors would force prices down to the market level. The large company would have to abandon its attempt to establish monopoly prices or go bankrupt, fighting off the competitors that its own policies would attract. It is a matter of historical fact that no price war has ever succeeded in establishing a monopoly or in maintaining prices above the market level outside the law of supply and demand. Price wars have, however, acted as spurs to the economic efficiency of competing companies and have thereby resulted in enormous benefits to the public in terms of better products at lower prices. In considering this issue, people frequently ignore the crucial role of the capital market in a free economy. As Alan Greenspan observes in his article Antitrust, which appears in Ayn Rand's book Capitalism, the Unknown Ideal, as Mr. Greenspan observes, if entry into a given field of production is not impeded by government regulations, franchises, or subsidies, then, quoting Mr. Greenspan, quote, the ultimate regulator of the competition in a free economy is the capital market. So long as capital is free to flow, it will tend to seek those areas which offer the maximum rate of return, unquote. Investors are constantly seeking the most profitable uses of their capital. If, therefore, some field of production is seen to be highly profitable, particularly when the profitability is due to high prices rather than to low costs, businessmen and investors necessarily will be attracted to that field. And as the supply of the product in question is increased relative to the demand for it, prices fall accordingly. Again, quoting Mr. Greenspan, quote, the capital market acts as a regulator of prices, not necessarily of profits. It leaves an individual producer free to earn as much as he can by lowering his costs and by increasing his efficiency relative to others. Thus, it constitutes the mechanism that generates greater incentives to increase productivity and leads, as a consequence, to a rising standard of living. Close quote. The free market does not permit inefficiency or stagnation with economic impunity in any field of production. Consider, for instance, a well-known incident in the history of the American automobile industry. There was a period when Henry Ford's Model T held an enormous part of the automobile market. But when Ford's company attempted to stagnate and to resist stylistic changes, you have doubtless all heard the famous slogan attributed to Ford, you can have any color of the Model T you want so long as it's black. General Motors, with its more attractively styled Chevrolet, cut into a major segment of Ford's market, and the Ford company was compelled to change its policies in order to compete. One will find examples of this principle in the history of virtually every industry. Now, if one considers the only kind of monopoly that can exist under capitalism, a non-coercive monopoly, one will see that its prices and production policies are not independent of the wider market in which it operates, but are fully bound by the law of supply and demand. That there is no particular reason for or value in retaining the designation of monopoly when one uses it in a non-coercive sense, and that there are no rational grounds on which to condemn such monopolies, in quotes. For instance, if a small town has only one drugstore, which is barely able to survive, the owner might be described as enjoying a monopoly, except, of course, that no one would think of using the term in this context. There is no economic need or market for a second drugstore. There is not enough trade to support it. But if that town grew, its one drugstore would have no way, no power to prevent other drugstores from being opened. It is often thought that the field of mining is particularly vulnerable to the establishment of monopolies, since the materials extracted from the earth exist in limited quantity, and since it is believed some firm might gain control of all the sources of some raw material. But observe, for example, that International Nickel of Canada produces more than 2/3 of the world's nickel, yet it does not charge monopoly prices. It prices its product as though it had a great many competitors. And the truth is that it does have a great many competitors. Nickel, in the form of alloy and stainless steels, is competing with aluminum and a variety of other materials. The seldom recognized principle involved in such cases is that no single product, commodity, or material is or can be indispensable to an economy regardless of price. A commodity can be only relatively preferable to other commodities. For example, when the price of bituminous coal rose, which incidentally was due to John L. Lewis forcing an economically unjustified wage raise, this was instrumental in bringing about a large-scale conversion to the use of oil and gas in many industries. The free market is its own protector. Now, if a company were able to gain and hold a non-coercive monopoly, if it were able to win all the customers in a given field, not by special government-granted privileges, but by sheer productive efficiency, by its ability to keep its costs low and/or to offer a better product than any competitor could, there would be no grounds on which to condemn such a monopoly. On the contrary, the company that achieved it would deserve the highest praise and esteem. No one can morally claim the right to compete in a given field if he cannot match the productive efficiency of those with whom he hopes to compete. There is no reason why people should buy inferior products at higher prices in order to maintain less efficient companies in business. Under capitalism, any man or company that can surpass competitors is free to do so. It is in this manner that the free market rewards ability and works for the benefit of everyone, except those who seek the undeserved. A bromide commonly cited in this connection by capitalism's opponents is the story of the old corner grocer who was driven out of business by the big chain store. What is the clear implication of their protest when they cite this sort of example? It is that the people who live in the neighborhood of the old grocer have to continue buying from him, even though a chain store could give them better service at lower prices and thereby let them save money. Thus, both the owners of the chain store and the people in the neighborhood are to be penalized in order to protect the stagnation of the old grocer. By what right? If that grocer is unable to compete with the chain store, then properly he has no choice but to move elsewhere or go into another line of business or perhaps seek employment from the chain store. Capitalism by its nature entails a constant process of motion, of growth, of progress. No one has a vested right to a position if others can do better than he can. When people denounce the free market as cruel, the fact they are decrying is that the market is ruled by a single moral principle: justice, and that is the root of their hatred for capitalism. There is only one kind of monopoly that men may rightfully condemn, the only kind for which the designation of monopoly is economically significant, a coercive monopoly. Observe that in the non-coercive meaning of the term, every man may be described as a monopolist, since he is the exclusive owner of his effort and product. But this is not regarded as evil, except, of course, by socialists. In the issue of monopolies, as in so many other issues, capitalism is commonly blamed for the evils perpetrated by its destroyers. It is not free trade on a free market that creates coercive monopolies, but government legislation, government action, government controls. If men are concerned about the evils of monopolies, let them identify the actual villain in the picture and the actual cause of the evils, government intervention into the economy. Let them recognize that there is only one way to destroy monopolies, by the separation of state and economics. That is, by instituting the principle that the government may not abridge the freedom of production and trade. One of the most widespread delusions of our age is the belief that the American worker owes his high standard of living to unions and to humanitarian labor legislation. This belief is contradicted by the most fundamental facts and principles of economics, facts and principles which are systematically evaded by labor leaders, legislators, and intellectuals of the statist persuasion. A country's standard of living, including the wages of its workers, depends on the productivity of labor. High productivity depends on machines, inventions, and capital investment, which depend on the creative ingenuity of individual men, which requires, for its exercise, a politico-economic system that protects the individual's rights and freedom. The productive value of physical labor as such is low. If the worker of today produces more than the worker of 50 years ago, it is not because the former exerts more physical effort. Quite the contrary. The physical effort required of him is far less. The productive value of his effort has been multiplied many times by the tools and machines with which he works. They are crucial in determining the economic worth of his services. To illustrate this principle, consider what would be a man's economic reward on the desert island for pushing his finger the distance of half an inch. Then consider the wages paid for pushing a button to an elevator operator in New York City. It is not muscles that make the difference. As the distinguished economist Professor Ludwig von Mises observes in his book entitled Planning for Freedom, quote, American wages are higher than wages in other countries because the capital invested per head of the worker is greater, and the plants are thereby in the position to use the most efficient tools and machines. What is called the American way of life is the result of the fact that the United States has put fewer obstacles in the way of saving and capital accumulation than other nations. The economic backwardness of such countries as India consists precisely in the fact that their policies hinder both the accumulation of capital and the investment of foreign capital. As the capital required is lacking, the Indian enterprises are prevented from employing sufficient quantities of modern equipment, and therefore producing much less per man-hour, and can only afford to pay wage rates which, compared with American wage rates, appear as shockingly low." Close quote. In a free market economy, employers must bid competitively for the services of workers, just as they must bid competitively for all the other factors of production. If an employer attempts to pay wages which are lower than his workers can obtain elsewhere, he will lose his workers and thus will be compelled to change his policy or go out of business. If, other things being equal, an employer pays wages which are above the market level, his higher costs will put him at a competitive disadvantage in the sale of his products, and again he will be compelled to change his policy or go out of business. Employers do not lower wages because they are cruel, nor raise wages because they are kind. Wages are not determined by the employer's whim. Wages are the prices paid for human labor, and like all other prices in a free economy, are determined by the law of supply and demand. Since the start of the Industrial Revolution and capitalism, wage rates have risen steadily as an inevitable economic consequence of rising capital accumulation, technological progress, and industrial expansion. As capitalism created countless new markets, so it created an ever-widening market for labor. It multiplied the number and kinds of jobs available, increased the demand and competition for the worker services, and thus drove wage rates upward. It was the economic self-interest of employers that led them to raise wages and shorten working hours, not the pressure of labor unions. The 8-hour day was established in most American industries long before unions acquired any significant size or economic power. At a time when his competitors were paying their workers between $2 and $3 a day, Henry Ford offered $5 a day, thereby attracting the most efficient labor force in the country and thus raising his own production and profits. In the 1920s, when the labor movement in France and Germany was far more dominant than in the United States, the standard of living of the American worker was greatly superior. It was the consequence of economic freedom. Needless to say, men have a right to organize into unions, provided they do so voluntarily. That is, provided no one is forced to join. Unions can have value as fraternal organizations or as a means of keeping members informed of current market conditions, or as a means of bargaining more effectively with employers, particularly in small, isolated communities. It may happen that an individual employer is paying wages that, in the overall market context, are too low. In such a case, a strike or the threat of a strike can compel him to change his policy, since he will discover that he cannot obtain an adequate labor force at the wages he offers. However, the belief that unions can cause a general rise in the standard of living is a myth. Today, the labor market is no longer free. Far from it. Unions enjoy a unique, near monopolistic power over many aspects of the economy. This has been achieved through legislation which has forced men to join unions whether they wish to or not, and forced employers to deal with these unions whether they wish to or not. As a consequence, Wage rates in many industries are no longer determined by a free market. Unions have been able to force wages substantially above their normal market level. These are the alleged social gains for which unions are usually given credit. In fact, however, the result of their policy has been A, a curtailment of production, B, widespread unemployment, and C, the penalizing of workers in other industries as well as the rest of the population. Let us consider these points. A, with the rise of wage rates to inordinately high levels, production costs are such that cutbacks in production are often necessary. New undertakings become too expensive, and growth is hindered. At the increased costs, marginal producers, that is, those who have been barely able to compete in the market, find themselves unable to remain in business. The overall result, goods and services that would have been produced are not brought into existence. B, as a result of the high wage rates, employers can afford to hire fewer workers. As a result of curtailed production, employers need fewer workers. Thus, one group of workers obtains unjustifiably high wages at the expense of other workers who are unable to find jobs at all. This, in conjunction with minimum wage laws, is the cause of widespread unemployment. Unemployment is the inevitable result of forcing wage rates above their free market level. In a free economy in which neither employers nor workers are subject to coercion, wage rates always tend toward the level at which all those who seek employment will be able to obtain it. In a frozen, controlled economy, this process is blocked. As a result of allegedly pro-labor legislation and of the monopolistic power that labor unions enjoy, unemployed workers are not free to compete in the labor market by offering their services for less than the prevailing wage rates. Employers are not free to hire them. In the case of strikes, if unemployed workers attempted to obtain the jobs vacated by union strikers by offering to work for a lower wage, they often would be subjected to threats and physical violence at the hands of union members, with legal immunity for the union members, incidentally. These facts are as notorious as they are evaded in most current discussions of the unemployment problem, evaded particularly by government officials. C, when market conditions are such that producers whose labor costs have risen cannot raise the prices of the goods they sell, a curtailment of production results, as I have already indicated, and the general population accordingly suffers a loss of potential goods and services. Parenthetically, the notion that producers can absorb such wage increases by taking them out of profits without a detriment to future production, this notion is worse than economically naive. It is profits that make future production possible. The amount of profits that go not into investment but into the producer's personal consumption is negligible in the overall economic context. To the extent that market conditions do allow, producers whose labor costs have risen are obliged to raise the prices of their goods. Then workers in other industries find that their living costs have gone up, that they must now pay higher prices for the goods they purchase. Then they in turn demand a raise in their industries, which leads to new price rises, which leads to new wage increases, etc. Union leaders typically express indignation whenever prices are raised. The only prices they consider it moral to raise are the prices paid for labor, that is, wages. Non-unionized workers and the rest of the population generally face the same steady rise in their living costs. They are made to subsidize the unjustifiably high wages of union workers, and they are the unacknowledged victims of the union's social gains. And one observes the spectacle of bricklayers receiving 2 or even 3 times the salary of office workers and professors. It cannot be sufficiently emphasized that it is not unionism as such, but government controls and regulations which make this state of affairs possible. In a free, unregulated economy, in a market from which coercion is barred, no economic group can acquire the power so to victimize the rest of the population. The solution does not lie in new legislation directed against unions, but in the repeal of the legislation that made the present evil possible. The inability of unions to achieve real, widespread raises in wage rates, to raise the standard of living generally, is in part obscured by the phenomenon of inflation. As a consequence of the government's policy of deficit spending and credit expansion, the purchasing power of the monetary unit, the dollar, has diminished drastically across the years. Nominal wage rates have increased considerably more than real wage rates, that is, wages measured in terms of actual purchasing power. What has further served to obscure this issue is the fact that real wage rates have risen considerably since the start of the century. In spite of destructive and increasing governmental restraints on the freedom of production and trade, major advances in science, technology, and capital accumulation have been made and have raised the general standard of living. It should be added that these advances are less than would have occurred in a fully free economy, and as controls continue to tighten, such advances become slower and rarer. It is relevant to consider against what obstacles businessmen have had to fight and to go on producing. It is very relevant to remember this when one hears labor leaders proclaiming in indignant tones the workers' right to a larger share of the national product. To paraphrase John Galt, a larger share provided by whom? Blank out. Economic progress, like every other form of progress, has only one ultimate source, man's mind, and can exist only to the extent that man is free to translate his thought into action. Let anyone who believes that a high standard of living is the achievement of labor unions and government controls ask himself the following question. If one had a time machine and transported the United Labor Chieftains of America plus 3 million government bureaucrats back into the 10th century, would they be able to provide the medieval serf with electric light, refrigerators, automobiles, and television sets? When one grasps that they would not, one should identify who and what makes these things possible. It is characteristic of the enemies of capitalism that they denounce it for evils which are, in fact, the result not of capitalism, but of statism. Evils which result from and are made possible only by government intervention in the economy. I have discussed a flagrant example of this policy, the charge that capitalism leads to the establishment of coercive monopolies. The most notorious instance of this policy is the claim that capitalism, by its nature, inevitably leads to periodic depressions. Statists repeatedly assert that depressions, the phenomenon of the so-called business cycle of boom and bust, are inherent in laissez-faire, and that the great crash of 1929 was the final proof of the failure of an unregulated free market economy. What is the truth of the matter? A depression is a large-scale decline in production and trade. It is characterized by a sharp drop in productive output, in investment, in employment, and in the value of capital assets, plants, machinery, etc. Normal business fluctuations or a temporary decline in the rate of industrial expansion do not constitute a depression. A depression is a nationwide contraction of business activity and a general decline in the value of capital assets of major proportions. There is nothing in the nature of a free market economy to cause such an event. The popular explanations of depression as caused by overproduction, underconsumption, monopolies, labor-saving devices, maldistribution, excessive accumulations of wealth, etc., have been exploded as fallacies many times. See in this connection Carl Snyder's excellent book, Capitalism, the Creator, published by the Macmillan Company in 1940. Readjustments of economic activity, shifts of capital and labor from one industry to another due to changing conditions, occur constantly under capitalism. This is entailed in the process of motion, growth, and progress that characterizes capitalism. But there always exists the possibility of profitable endeavor in one field or another. There is always the need and demand for goods, and all that can change is the kind of goods it becomes most profitable to produce. In any one industry, it is possible for supply to exceed demand in the context of all the other existing demands. In such a case, there is a drop in prices, in profitableness, in investment, and in employment in that particular industry. Capital and labor tend to flow elsewhere, seeking more rewarding uses. Such an industry undergoes a period of stagnation as a result of unjustified, that is, uneconomic, unprofitable, unproductive investment. In a free economy that functions on a gold standard, such unproductive investment is severely limited. Unjustified speculation does not rise unchecked until it engulfs an entire nation. In a free economy, the supply of money and credit needed to finance business ventures is determined by objective economic factors. It is the banking system that acts as the guardian of economic stability. The principles governing money supply operate to forbid large-scale, unjustified investment. Most businesses finance their undertakings, at least in part, by means of bank loans. Banks function as an investment clearinghouse, investing the savings of their customers in those enterprises which promise to be most successful. Banks do not have unlimited funds to loan. They are limited in the credit they can extend by the amount of their gold reserves. In order to remain successful, to make profits and thus attract the savings of investors, banks must make their loans judiciously. They must seek out those ventures which they judge to be most sound and potentially profitable. If, in a period of increasing speculation, banks are confronted with an inordinate number of requests for loans, then in response to the shrinking availability of money, they A, raise their interest rates, and B, scrutinize more severely the ventures for which loans are requested, setting more exacting standards of what constitutes a justifiable investment. As a consequence, funds are more difficult to obtain, and there is a temporary curtailment and contraction of business investment. Businessmen are often unable to borrow the funds they desire and have to reduce plans for expansion. The purchase of common stocks, which reflects the investor's estimates of the future earnings of companies, is similarly curtailed. Overvalued stocks fall in price. Businesses engaged in uneconomic ventures, now unable to obtain additional credit, are obliged to close their doors. A further waste of productive factors is stopped, and economic errors are liquidated. At worst, the economy may experience a mild recession, that is, a slight general decline in investment and production. In an unregulated economy, readjustments occur quite swiftly, and then production and investment begin to rise again. The temporary recession is not harmful but beneficial. It represents an economic system in the process of correcting its errors, of curtailing disease and returning to health. The impact of such a recession may be significantly felt in a few industries, but it does not wreck an entire economy. A nationwide depression, such as occurred in the United States in the 30s, would not have been possible in a fully free society. It was made possible only by government intervention in the economy, more specifically, by government manipulation of the money supply. The government's policy consisted, in essence, of anesthetizing the regulators inherent in a free banking system that prevent runaway speculation and consequent economic collapse. All government intervention in the economy is based on the belief that economic laws need not operate, that principles of cause and effect can be suspended, that everything in existence is flexible and malleable except a bureaucrat's whim, which is omnipotent. Reality, logic, and economics must not be allowed to get in the way. This was the implicit premise that led to the establishment in 1913 of the Federal Reserve System, an institution with control, through complex and often indirect means, over the individual banks throughout the country. The Federal Reserve undertook to free individual banks from the limitations imposed on them by the amount of their own individual reserves, to free them from the laws of the market, and to arrogate to government officials the right to decide how much credit they wish to make available at what times. A cheap money policy was the guiding idea and goal of these officials. Banks were no longer to be limited in making loans by the amount of their gold reserves. Interest rates were no longer to rise in response to increasing speculation and increasing demand for funds. Credit was to remain readily available until and unless the Federal Reserve decided otherwise. The government argued that by taking control of money and credit out of the hands of private bankers, and by contracting or expanding credit at will, guided by considerations other than those influencing the selfish bankers, it could, in conjunction with other interventionist policies, so control investment as to guarantee a state of virtually constant prosperity. Many bureaucrats believed that the government could keep the economy in a state of unending boom. To borrow an invaluable metaphor from my colleague Alan Greenspan, if under laissez-faire the banking system and the principles controlling the availability of funds act as a fuse that prevents a blowout in the economy, then the government, through the Federal Reserve System, put a penny in the fuse box. The result was the explosion known as the crash of 1929. Throughout most of the 1920s, the government compelled banks to keep interest rates artificially and uneconomically low. As a consequence, money was poured into every sort of speculative venture. By 1928, the warning signals of danger were clearly apparent. Unjustified investment was rampant, and stocks were increasingly overvalued. The government chose to ignore those danger signals. A free banking system would have been compelled by economic necessity to put the brakes on this process of runaway speculation. Credit and investment in such a case would be drastically curtailed. The banks which made unprofitable investments, the enterprises which proved unproductive, and those who dealt with them would suffer. But that would be all. The country as a whole would not be dragged down. However, the alleged anarchy of a free banking system had been abandoned in favor of enlightened government planning. The boom and the wild speculation which had preceded every major depression were allowed to rise unchecked, involving in a widening network of malinvestments and miscalculations the entire economic structure of the nation. People were investing in virtually everything and making fortunes overnight, on paper. Profits were calculated on hysterically exaggerated appraisals of the future earnings of companies. Credit was extended with promiscuous abandon, on the premise that somehow the goods would be there to back it up. It was like the policy of a man who passes out rubber checks, counting on the hope that he will somehow find a way to obtain the necessary money and to deposit it in the bank before anyone presents his checks for collection. But A is A, and reality is not infinitely elastic. In 1929, the country's economic and financial structure had become impossibly precarious. By the time the government finally and frantically raised the interest rates, it was too late. It is doubtful whether anyone can state with certainty what events first set off the panic, and it does not matter. The crash had become inevitable. Any number of events could have pulled the trigger. But when the news of the first bank and commercial failures began to spread, uncertainty swept across the country in widening waves of terror. People began to sell their stocks, hoping to get out of the market with their gains, or to obtain the money they suddenly needed to pay bank loans that were being called in. And other people, seeing this, apprehensively began to sell their stocks. And virtually overnight, an avalanche hurled the stock market downward. Prices collapsed, securities became worthless, loans were called in, many of which could not be paid. The value of capital assets plummeted sickeningly, fortunes were wiped out, and by 1932, business activity had come almost to a halt. The law of causality had avenged itself. Such, in essence, was the nature and cause of the 1929 depression. It provides one of the most eloquent illustrations of the disastrous consequences of a planned economy. In a free economy, when an individual businessman makes an error of economic judgment, he, and perhaps those who immediately deal with him, suffer the consequences. In a controlled economy, when a central planner makes an error of economic judgment, the whole country suffers the consequences. But it was not the Federal Reserve, it was not government intervention that took the blame for the 1929 Depression, it was capitalism. Freedom, cried statists of every breed and sect, had had its chance and had failed. The voices of the few thinkers who pointed to the real cause of the evil were drowned out in the denunciations of businessmen, of the profit motive of capitalism. Had men chosen to understand the cause of the crash, the country would have been spared much of the agony that followed. The Depression was prolonged for tragically unnecessary years by the same evil that had caused it, namely, government controls and regulations. Contrary to popular misconception, controls and regulations began long before the New Deal. In the 1920s, the mixed economy was already an established fact of American life. But the trend toward statism began to move faster under the Hoover administration. And with the advent of Roosevelt's New Deal, it accelerated at an unprecedented rate. The economic adjustments needed to bring the Depression to an end were prevented from taking place by the imposition of strangling controls, increased taxes, and labor legislation. This last had the effect of forcing wage rates to unjustifiably high levels, thus raising the businessman's costs at precisely the time when costs needed to be lowered if investment and production were to revive. The National Industrial Recovery Act, the Wagner Act, and the abandonment of the gold standard with the government's subsequent plunge into inflation and an orgy of deficit spending were only three of the many disastrous measures enacted by the New Deal for the avowed purpose of pulling the country out of the Depression. All had the opposite effect. Further, the obstacle to business recovery did not consist exclusively of the specific New Deal legislation passed. More harmful still was the general atmosphere of uncertainty engendered by the administration. Men had no way to know what law or regulation would descend on their heads at any moment. They had no way to know what sudden shifts of direction government policy might take. They had no way to plan long range. To act and produce, businessmen require knowledge, the possibility of rational calculation, not faith and hope. Above all, not faith and hope concerning the unpredictable twistings within a bureaucrat's head. Such advances as business was able to achieve under the New Deal collapsed in 1937 as a result of an intensification of uncertainty regarding what the government might choose to do next. Unemployment rose to more than 10 million, and business activity fell almost to the low point of 1932, the worst year of the Depression. It is part of the official New Deal mythology that Roosevelt got us out of the Depression. How was the problem of the Depression finally solved? By the favorite expedient of all statists in times of emergency, a war. The Depression precipitated by the stock market crash of 1929 was not the first in American history, though it was incomparably more severe than any that had preceded it. If one studies the earlier depressions, the same basic cause and common denominator will be found. In one form or another, by one means or another, government manipulation of the money supply. It is typical of the manner in which interventionism grows that the Federal Reserve System was instituted as a proposed antidote against those earlier depressions, which were themselves products of monetary manipulation by the government. The financial mechanism of an economy is the sensitive center, the living heart of business activity. In no other area can government intervention produce quite such disastrous consequences. For a general discussion of the business cycle and its relation to government manipulation of the money supply, see Ludwig von Mises' treatise, Human Action. One of the most striking facts of history is men's failure to learn from it. For further details, see the policies of the present administration. Among the questions commonly asked by students of objectivist political theory is the following. Should education be compulsory and tax-supported as it is today? The answer to this question becomes evident if one makes the question more concrete and specific as follows. Should the government be permitted to remove children forcibly from their homes, with or without the parents' consent, and subject the children to educational training and procedures of which the parents may or may not approve? Should citizens have their wealth expropriated to support an educational system which they may or may not sanction, and to pay for the education of children who are not their own? To anyone who understands and is consistently committed to the principle of individual rights, the answer is clearly no. There are no moral grounds whatever for the claim that education is the prerogative of the state, or for the claim that it is proper to expropriate the wealth of some men for the unearned benefit of others. The doctrine that education should be controlled by the state is consistent with the Nazi or communist theory of government. It is not consistent with the American theory of government. The totalitarian implications of state education, preposterously described as free education, have in part been obscured by the fact that in America, unlike Nazi Germany or Soviet Russia, private schools are legally tolerated. Such schools, however, exist not by right, but only by permission. Further, the facts remain that A, most parents are effectively compelled to send their children to state schools since they are taxed to support these schools and cannot afford to pay the additional fees required to send their children to private schools. B, the standards of education controlling all schools are prescribed by the state. And C, the growing trend in American education is for the government to exert wider and wider control over every aspect of education. As an example of this last, when many parents who objected to the pictographic method of teaching school children to read undertook to teach their children at home by the phonetic method, a proposal was made legally to forbid parents to do so. What is the implication of this, if not that the child's mind belongs to the state? When the state assumes financial control of education, it is logically appropriate that the state should progressively assume control of the content of education, since the state has the responsibility of judging whether or not its funds are being used satisfactorily. But when a government enters the sphere of ideas, when it presumes to prescribe in issues concerning intellectual content, that is the death of a free society. To quote Isabel Patterson from her book, The God of the Machine, quote, educational texts are necessarily selective in subject matter, language, and point of view. Where teaching is conducted by private schools, there will be a considerable variation in different schools. The parents must judge what they want their children taught by the curriculum offered. And then each must strive for objective truth. Nowhere will there be any inducement to teach the supremacy of the state as a compulsory philosophy. But every politically controlled educational system will inculcate the doctrine of state supremacy sooner or later, whether as the divine right of kings or the will of the people in democracy. Once that doctrine has been accepted, it becomes an almost superhuman task to break the stranglehold of the political power over the life of the citizen. It has had his body, property, and mind in its clutches from infancy." Unquote. The disgracefully low level of education in America today is the predictable result of a state-controlled school system. Schooling, to a marked extent, has become a status symbol and a ritual. More and more people are entering college, and fewer people are emerging properly educated. Our educational system is like a vast bureaucracy, a vast civil service, in which the trend is toward a policy of considering everything about a teacher's qualifications, such as the number of his publications, except his teaching ability, and of considering everything about a student's qualifications, such as his social adaptability, except his intellectual competence. The solution is to bring the field of education into the marketplace. There is an urgent economic need for education. When educational institutions have to compete with one another in the quality of the training they offer, when they have to compete for the value that will be attached to the diplomas they issue, educational standards will necessarily rise. When they have to compete for the services of the best teachers, the teachers who will attract the greatest number of students, then the caliber of teaching and of teacher salaries will necessarily rise. Today, the most talented teachers often abandon their profession and enter private industry, where they know their efforts will be better rewarded. When the economic principles that have resulted in the superlative efficiency of American industry are permitted to operate in the field of education, the result will be a revolution in the direction of unprecedented educational development and growth. Education should be liberated from the control or intervention of government and turned over to profit-making private enterprise, not because education is unimportant, but because education is so crucially important. What must be challenged is the prevalent belief that education is some sort of natural right, in effect, a free gift of nature. There are no such free gifts. But it is in the interests of statism to foster this delusion in order to throw a smokescreen over the issue of whose freedom must be sacrificed to pay for such allegedly free gifts. As a result of the fact that education has been tax-supported for such a long time, most people find it exceedingly difficult to project an alternative. Yet there is nothing unique about education that distinguishes it from the many other human needs which are filled by private enterprise. If, for many years, the government had undertaken to provide all the citizens with shoes, on the grounds that shoes are an urgent necessity, And if someone were subsequently to propose that this field should be turned over to private enterprise, he would doubtless be told indignantly, "What? Do you want everyone except the rich to walk around barefoot?" But the shoe industry is doing its job with immeasurably greater competence than public education is doing its job. To quote Isabel Patterson from God of the Machine once more, quote, "The most vindictive resentment may be expected from the pedagogic profession for any suggestion that they should be dislodged from their dictatorial position. It will be expressed mainly in epithets such as reactionary at the mildest. Nevertheless, the question to put to any teacher moved to such indignation is, do you think nobody would willingly entrust his children to you and pay you for teaching them? Why do you have to extort your fees and collect your pupils by compulsion?" Close quote. And here is another question commonly asked. Does inherited wealth give some individuals an unfair advantage in a competitive economy? In considering the issue of inherited wealth, one must begin by recognizing that the crucial right involved is not that of the heir, but of the original producer of the wealth. The right of property is the right of use and disposal. Just as the man who produces wealth has the right to use it and dispose of it in his lifetime, so he has the right to choose who shall be its recipient after his death. No one else is entitled to make that choice. It is irrelevant, therefore, in this context, to consider the worthiness or unworthiness of any particular heir. His is not the basic right at stake. When people denounce inherited wealth, it is the right of the producer that they in fact are attacking. It has been argued that since the heir did not work to produce the wealth, he has no inherent right to it. That is true. The heir's is a derived right. The only primary right is the producer's. But if the future heir has no moral claim to the wealth, except by the producer's choice, neither has anyone else. Certainly not the government or the public. In a free economy, inherited wealth is not an impediment or a threat to those who do not possess it. Wealth, it is necessary to remember, is not a static, limited quantity that can only be divided or looted. Wealth is produced. Its potential quantity is virtually unlimited. If an heir is worthy of his money, that is, if he uses it productively, he brings more wealth into existence. He raises the general standard of living, and to that extent, he makes the road to the top easier for any talented newcomer. The greater the amount of wealth, of industrial development in existence, the higher the economic rewards in wages and profits, and the wider the market for ability, for new ideas, products, and services. The less the wealth in existence, the longer and harder the struggle for everyone. In the beginning years of an industrial economy, wages are low. There is little market yet for unusual ability. But with every succeeding generation, as capital accumulation increases, the economic demand for men of ability rises. The existing industrial establishments desperately need such men. They have no choice but to bid ever higher wages for such men's services, and thus to train their own future competitors. so that the time required for a talented newcomer to accumulate his own fortune and establish his own business grows continually shorter. If the heir is not worthy of his money, the only person threatened by it is himself. A free, competitive economy is a constant process of improvement, innovation, progress. It does not tolerate stagnation. If an heir who lacks ability acquires a fortune and a great industrial establishment from his successful father, he will not be able to maintain it for long. He will not be equal to the competition. In a free economy where bureaucrats and legislators would not have the power to sell or grant economic favors, all of the heir's money would not be able to buy him protection for his incompetence. He would have to be good at his work or lose his customers to companies run by men of superior ability. There is nothing as vulnerable as a large, mismanaged company that competes with small, efficient ones. The personal luxuries or drunken parties that the incompetent heir may enjoy on his father's money are of no economic significance. In business, he would not be able to stand in the way of talented competitors or serve as an impediment to men of ability. He would find no automatic security anywhere. At the turn of the century, there was a popular phrase that is very eloquent with regard to this issue. From shirt sleeves to shirt sleeves in 3 generations. If a self-made man rose by ability and left his business to unworthy heirs, his grandson went back to the shirt sleeves of obscure employment. He did not, I might add, end up with the governorship of a state. It is a mixed economy, such as the semi-socialist or semi-fascist variety we have today, that protects the non-productive rich by freezing a society on a given level of development, by freezing people into classes and castes and making it increasingly more difficult for men to rise or fall or move from one caste to another, so that whoever inherited a fortune before the freeze can keep it with little fear of competition, like an heir in a feudal society. It is significant how many heirs of great industrial fortunes, the 2nd and 3rd generation millionaires, are welfare statists clamoring for more and more controls. The target and victims of these controls are the men of ability who, in a free economy, would displace these heirs, the men with whom the heirs would be unable to compete. As Ludwig von Mises writes in Human Action, quote, "Today, taxes often absorb the greater part of the newcomer's excessive profits. He cannot accumulate capital. He cannot expand his own business. He will never become big business and a match for the vested interests. The old firms do not need to fear his competition. They are sheltered by the tax collector. They may with impunity indulge in routine. It is true the income tax prevents them too from accumulating new capital. But what is more important for them is that it prevents the dangerous newcomer from accumulating any capital. They are virtually privileged by the tax system. In this sense, progressive taxation checks economic progress and makes for rigidity. The interventionists complain that big business is getting rigid and bureaucratic and that it is no longer possible for competent newcomers to challenge the vested interests of the old rich families. However, as far as their complaints are justified, they complain about things which are merely the result of their own policies." Close quote. One final question. Is there any validity to the claim that laissez-faire capitalism becomes less practicable as society becomes more complex. This claim is the sort of collectivist bromide that so-called liberals repeat ritualistically without any attempt to prove it or substantiate it. To examine it is to perceive its absurdity. The same condition of freedom that is necessary in order to attain a high level of industrial development, a high level of complexity, is necessary in order to keep it. To say that a society has become more complex merely means that more men live in the same geographical area and deal with one another, that they engage in a greater volume of trading and in a greater number and diversity of productive activities. There is nothing in these facts which conceivably could justify the abandonment of economic freedom in favor of government planning. On the contrary, the more complex an economy, the greater the number of choices and decisions that have to be made, and therefore the more blatantly impracticable it becomes for this process to be taken over by a central government authority. If there are degrees of irrationality, it would be more plausible to imagine that a primitive pre-industrial economy could be managed non-disastrously by the state. But the notion of running a scientific, highly industrialized society with slave labor is barbaric in the ignorance it reveals. Observe that the same type of persons who espouse this doctrine also declare that the underdeveloped nations of the world are not suited for economic freedom, that their primitive level of development makes socialism imperative. Thus, they simultaneously argue that a country should not be permitted freedom because it is too undeveloped economically, and that a country should not be permitted freedom because it is too highly developed economically. Both positions are crude rationalizations on the part of statist mentalities who have never grasped what makes industrial civilization possible.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. In discussing the literary method of Ayn Rand, I shall begin with a quotation from Miss Rand herself. Quote, "I decided to be a writer at the age of 9. It was a specific, conscious decision. I remember the day and the hour. I did not start by trying to describe the folks next door, but by inventing people who did things the folks next door would never do. I could summon no interest or enthusiasm for people as they are, when I had in my mind a blinding picture of people as they could be. I decided to become a writer, not in order to save the world, nor to serve my fellow men, but for the simple, personal, selfish, egoistical happiness of creating the kind of men and events I could like, respect, and admire. I can bear to look around me levelly. I cannot bear to look down. I wanted to look up." This attitude has never changed, but I went for years thinking that it was a strictly personal attitude toward fiction writing, never to be discussed and of no interest to anyone but me. Later I discovered I had accepted as the rule of my life work a principle stated by Aristotle. Aristotle said that fiction is of greater philosophical importance than history, because history represents things only as they are, while fiction represents them as they might be and ought to be. If you wish a key to the literary method of my novels, this is it." Unquote. The projection of things as they might be and ought to be names the essence of Ayn Rand's concept of literature. In the wave of naturalism that has engulfed the literature of the 20th century, her novels are an outstanding exception. They are at once a continuation of the Romantic tradition and a significant departure from the mainstream of that tradition. She is a romantic realist. Romantic because her work is concerned with values, with the essential, the abstract, the universal in human life, and with the projection of man as a heroic being. Realist because the values she selects pertain to this earth and to man's actual nature, and because the issues with which she deals are the crucial and fundamental ones of our age. Her novels do not represent a flight into mystical fantasy or the historical past, or into concerns that have little if any bearing on man's actual existence. Her heroes are not knights, gladiators, or adventurers in some impossible kingdom, but engineers, scientists, industrialists, men who belong on earth, men who function in modern society. As a philosopher, she has brought ethics into the context of reason, reality, and man's life on earth. As a novelist, she has brought the dramatic, the exciting, the heroic, the stylized into the same context. Just as in philosophy, she rejects every version of the mystic soul-body dichotomy, theory versus practice, thought versus action, morality versus happiness. So in literature, she rejects the expression of this same dichotomy, the belief that a profound novel cannot be entertaining, and that an entertaining novel cannot be profound, that a serious philosophical novel cannot have a dramatic plot, and that a dramatic plot novel cannot possibly be serious or philosophical. Atlas Shrugged, the greatest of her novels, is an action story on a grand scale, but it is a consciously philosophical action story, just as its heroes are consciously philosophical men of action. To those who subscribe to the soul-body dichotomy in literature, Atlas Shrugged is a mystifying anomaly that defies classification by conventional standards. It moves effortlessly and ingeniously from economics to epistemology to morality to metaphysics to psychology to the theory of sex on the one hand, and on the other it has a chapter that ends with the heroine hurtling toward the earth in an aeroplane with a dead motor. It has a playboy crusader who blows up a multi-billion-dollar industry, a philosopher-turned-pirate who attacks government relief ships, and a climax that involves the rescue of the hero from a torture chamber. Notwithstanding the austere solemnity of its abstract theme, her novel, as a work of art, projects the laughing, extravagantly imaginative virtuosity of a mind who has never heard that one is not supposed to combine such elements as these in a single book. To those who believe that one is not supposed to, Ayn Rand would answer, check your premises. Ayn Rand has written 4 novels, We the Living, Anthem, The Fountainhead, Atlas Shrugged, and each of them has a major philosophical theme. Yet they are not propaganda novels. The primary purpose for which these books were written was not the philosophical conversion of their readers. The primary purpose was to project and make real the characters who are the book's heroes. This is the motive that unites the artist and the moralist. The desire to project the ideal man led to the writing of novels. The necessity of defining the premises that make an ideal man possible led to the formulating of the philosophical content of those novels. By its nature, every work of art projects implicitly or explicitly a metaphysics, that is, a fundamental view of man and of man's relation to existence. To be exact, it projects the emotional corollary of a metaphysics, a sense of life. It can project a tragic sense of life, or a heroic sense of life, or a benevolent sense of life, etc., according to the artist's basic psychological state and conscious or subconscious view of reality. But some sense of life, some estimate of existence and of man's place in it, is inescapably implicit in an artwork by the nature of the creative process. As illustration of this principle, contrast the heroic sense of life projected in the novels of the great romanticist Victor Hugo with the sordid and doomed sense of life conveyed in the novels of the arch-naturalist Émile Zola. Consider the literary means by which each writer's sense of life is projected. Where Hugo builds purposeful plot, Zola unravels calamitous contingency. Where Hugo dramatizes the conflict of crucial values, Zola describes the horror of torpid depravity. Where Hugo delineates characters in terms of their fundamental motivations, Zola lingers on the surface of accidental journalistic minutiae. Where Hugo presents life as exciting and man as a giant, Zola presents life as futility and man as a pygmy. Where Hugo sees literature as artistic creation, Zola sees literature as history, Police Gazette history. For good or evil, intentionally or otherwise, every work of art is a psychological confession. Through that which he chooses to present, an artist declares to the world, "This is what I think is important for me to project and for others to perceive. This is the world as I see it. This is the essence of things. This is what matters." If a writer chooses to present as the chief object of his focus intelligence, ability, integrity, and the pursuit and achievement of great and demanding values, he reveals one kind of soul and view of life. If another writer chooses to present as his chief object of focus mediocrity, helplessness, depravity, suffering, and defeat, he reveals a different kind of soul and view of life. In either case, what has been projected is a metaphysical estimate of man's existence, even if the author knows that estimate only in the form of an emotion, of that which feels right to him in the creative process. Emotions and feelings are not causeless. The most intensely anti-romantic slice-of-life writer cannot escape the fact that art deals with values, and the artist's choice is only what kind of values will he present. Art deals with the essence of things, and the choice is only what does one take as the essence of things. What kind of sense of life will one project? Is it the genius or the psychotic who is to be taken as the representative of man? Is it efficacy or helplessness that fundamentally characterizes man's relation to existence? Is it achievement and happiness or failure and misery that constitute the essence of life? In the novels of Ayn Rand, the sense of life projected is conscious, deliberate, explicit, and philosophically implemented. It is as unique and unprecedented in literature as the premises from which it proceeds. It is a sense of life untouched by tragedy, untouched by any implication of metaphysical catastrophe or doom. Its essence is an unclouded and exaltedly benevolent view of existence, the sense of a universe in which man belongs, a universe in which triumph, enjoyment, and fulfillment are possible, although not guaranteed to man, and are to be achieved by the efficacy of his own effort. No matter how terrible their struggle, no matter how difficult the obstacles they encounter, the basic sense of life of Ayn Rand's heroes, as of the novels, is indestructibly affirmative and triumphant. Whether the characters achieve victory or, as in We the Living, suffer defeat, they do not regard pain and disaster as the normal, as the inevitable, but always as the abnormal, the exceptional, the unnatural. Ayn Rand shares with the romantic novelists of the 19th century the view of man as a being of free will, a being who is moved and whose course is determined not by fate or the gods or the irresistible power of tragic flaws, but by the values he has chosen. But she differs from those writers in the particular values she regards as proper to man, and as a consequence she differs in her view of the nature of man's life on earth. Prior to the birth of the Romantic movement, the literature of Western civilization was dominated by the fate motif. Man was presented as the plaything, sometimes the defiantly rebellious, sometimes the sadly resigned, but almost always the defeated plaything, of an inexorable fate beyond his control which determined the ultimate course of his life, regardless of his choices, wishes, or actions. This is exemplified in the Greek tragedies, many of which were resolved by the arbitrary edict of a god, and in a different form in the plays of Shakespeare. In Shakespeare's dramas, man, for the most part, is not determined by the power of outside forces, but by uncontrollable passions or weaknesses within him, by the tragic flaw, which he cannot resist and which defeats all his hopes, plans, and intentions. Shakespeare presents heroic-sized figures, but he does not present man as a hero. He merely holds up a mirror to life, it is said. In one form or another, the plays, epic poems, sagas, and chronicles that preceded the rise of the novel carried the same message. Man is the pawn of destiny. He is caught in a universe essentially inimical to his interests. And if he ever does succeed, it is not by his own efforts, but by fortuitous external circumstances. Consistent with the metaphysics of fatalism or determinism, these literary works were dramatized histories or fictionalized biographies. They offered a recital of the events that had happened in the life of a man. The writer was, in effect, a biographer, a recorder of the given, the unalterable, the fated or determined. The emergence of a new literary form, the novel, in the late 18th century, represented a radical break with this tradition. The distinction of a novel is that it is a work of pure fiction, a story invented by its author and intended to be understood as such, rather than a fictionalized chronicle purporting to be a record of actual events. Romanticism was a literary school whose authors discarded the role of transcriber and assumed the role of creator. For the first time in literary history, a sharp line was drawn between fiction and journalism, between artistic creation and historical reporting. The Romantic novelists did not make it their goal to record that which had happened, but to project that which ought to happen. They did not take the things man had done as the given, as the unalterable material of existence, like facts of physical nature, but undertook to project the things that man should choose to do. The concept of man as a being motivated by his chosen values lay at the base of the great artistic innovation and distinctive characteristic of the Romantic novel, plot. Whereas a story is a series of contingently connected events, plot is a series of logically connected events. In the Romantic plot novel, the course of man's life is determined by his chosen purpose, which he pursues through a series of relevant problems that he has to solve, of non-accidental obstacles that he has to overcome, of conflicts that he has to win, conflicts among his own values and/or conflicts with the values and purposes of others, through a series of coherent, integrated events leading to the climax of a final resolution. The concept of values as the crucial and determining element in human life is the central, dominant, and logically implicit premise of the Romantic plot novel. But from its beginning, the Romantic school harbored a contradiction which ultimately defeated it. The contradiction between the requirements of man's life on earth and the mystic altruist code of morality. The writers who dramatized the principle of man's free will, of man's efficacy, of his power to achieve his values and determine the course of his life, found, consciously or subconsciously, that the values of traditional morality were not applicable to this earth, could not be practiced, could not serve as man's guide to success or happiness. This is the reason why so many romantic novels, whose sense of life is essentially pro-man and pro-earth, have tragic endings, such as Hugo's Notre Dame de Perse or The Man Who Laughs. This is also the reason why so many romantic novels are laid in the past, in some remote period of history, with a marked preference for medieval history, such as the novels of Walter Scott or the costume novels of today, which are among the last remnants of the Romantic school. A novel dealing with the crucial problems of the author's time, such as Hugo's Les Miserables, is a rare exception. By escaping from the problems of the present, the Romanticists contradicted their own implicit basic philosophical belief in man's efficacy. They saw man as heroic, but life as tragic. They could not successfully project and concretize man's fulfillment on earth. Neither the traditional values of mysticism nor the defiantly subjective values of their own could make such fulfillment possible. Taking flight into the historical past, or else taking refuge in novels of impossibly unrealistic sentimentality, the Romantic writers progressively became more and more vulnerable to the charge of escapism that was being raised against their work. The contradiction they were unable to resolve forced them to retreat further and further from the actual problems of human existence, and ultimately to abandon all serious issues and concerns. Their work degenerated into the class of light fiction, which is its predominant status today. Naturalism, the literary counter-revolution against Romanticism, was a regression to a pre-Romantic view of man, to a view lower than that against which the Romanticists had rebelled. It was naturalism that reintroduced the fate motif into literature and once more presented man as the helpless plaything of irresistible forces. Consistent with the philosophical doctrines that were gaining ascendancy, the naturalists gave fate a new form. It was not the omnipotent power of the gods nor the omnipotent power of tragic flaws, but the omnipotent power of society. It is society, the naturalists declared, or family, or upbringing, or social caste, or economic status, that determines man's destiny. Naturalists claim that the purpose of literature, including the novel, is to transcribe life as it really is, meaning as the people around them are living it, to present men as they really are, meaning as the men they observe are, not as they ought to be. No ought to be is possible, assert the naturalists, and no moral values, and no moral choices, because a man cannot help being what he is. Man is the product of his background. His life and character are determined by forces beyond his control. With the rise of this school in the second half of the 19th century, a writer once more became a man who holds up a mirror to life, and it was added he must have the courage to let his mirror reflect the lowest, the ugliest, the most sordid aspects of nature, human nature. He must do so because he must be honest. He must admit that the essence of existence is ugliness, futility, doom, and defeat. What followed in the history of literature is a procession of men with mirrors, which defies the laws of optics by the fact that the men in the mirror shrink as they come closer to us, instead of growing larger in stature, so that what began as ballroom mirrors reflecting the destinies of nations
is now dentist mirrors in the hands of men peering into rat holes. Today, the romantic method of writing has been all but forgotten. Many commentators speak as if it were an axiom that all fiction is to be judged by the canons of naturalism, as if no other school had ever existed. In their view and by their sense of life, to project man as being moved by his chosen values and to show him at his heroic potential is unrealistic. Only the helpless, the passive, the sordid, the depraved are real. If Romanticism was defeated by the fact that its values were removed from this world, the alternative offered by naturalism was to remove values from literature. The result today is an aesthetic vacuum, left by the historical implication that men's only choice is between artistic projections of near fantasy or Sunday supplement exposés, gossip columns, and psychological case histories parading as novels. It is against the background of the despair, the exhausted cynicism, and the unremitting drabness that have settled over contemporary literature that the novels of Ayn Rand have appeared. Ayn Rand has brought values back to literature and back to this earth. She has chosen to write about the most fundamental and urgent issues of our age and to use them as the material of romantic art. In her novels, the ruling values are applicable to reality. They can be practiced. They can serve as man's guide to success and happiness. As a result, her heroes predominantly win their battles. They achieve their goals. They succeed practically and in their own lives. Anthem, The Fountainhead, and Atlas Shrugged do not end with heroic death, but with heroic victory. Her work is an accomplished embodiment of Aristotle's definition of the proper function of literature. Things as they might be is the principle of realism. It means that fiction must stay within the bounds of reality and not indulge in fantasies concerning the logically or metaphysically impossible. Things as they ought to be is the principle of romanticism. It means things objectively possible and proper to man, things which he can and ought to choose. She does not face man with the camera of a photographer as her tool, but with the chisel of a sculptor. Howard Rourke, Hank Rearden, Francisco d'Anconia, and John Galt are not statistical composites of men as they are. Rather, they are projections of man as he might be and ought to be. They are projections of the human potential. On the premise of naturalism, such heroes as these are incomprehensible. One does not meet them around every corner. One may never in one's own lifetime meet them at all. But in projecting such figures, Miss Rand does not ask, do such men exist? She asks, should such men exist? That is the premise of art, as against the premise of history or biography. It is not a mirror reflecting the things behind them that her work holds up to men, but rather a beacon to be reached ahead. An understanding of the principle by which her characters, heroes and villains, are created is essential to an understanding of her literary method as a whole. Discussing this aspect of her work, she has written, "Readers have asked me whether my characters are copies of real people in public life or not human beings at all, but symbols. Neither is true. What I did was to observe real life, analyze the reasons which make people such as they are, draw an abstraction, and then create my own characters out of that abstraction. My characters are persons in whom certain human attributes are focused more sharply and consistently than in average human beings. Whether she is presenting a Howard Rourke or a Peter Keating or a John Galt or a Wesley Mouch, the principle of characterization is the same. To present a character by means of essentials, that is, to focus on the actions and attributes which reflect the character's basic values and premises, the values and premises that motivate him and direct his crucial choices. A successful characterization is one which makes a man distinguishable from all other men and makes the causes of his actions intelligible. To characterize by essentials is to focus on the universal, to omit the accidental, the irrelevant, the trivial, the contingent, and to present the fundamental motivational principles which are potentially applicable to all men. The characterization of Howard Rourke, for instance, is a thoroughly individualized portrait. Rourke is unique and unforgettable in manner, in speech, in temperament, in personality. Yet in his basic premises and goals, in the opposition he encounters and in the battle he fights, his life and struggle project an abstraction that is timeless. Rourke is not an American architect of the 1940s. He is the independent innovator of intransigent integrity in any profession and in any century. Consider the scene in The Fountainhead in which Rourke, at a time when he is destitute, is offered an enormously important commission, one which would virtually make his career. He is told that the commission is his on one condition, that he agree to modify the unconventional design of his building. A member of the board of directors shows Rourke a sketch of the kind of change the board desires. Quote, "It was Rourke's building on the sketch, very neatly drawn. It was his building, but it had a simplified Doric portico in front, a cornice on top, and his ornament was replaced by a stylized Greek ornament." Rourke got up. He had to stand. He concentrated on the effort of standing. It made the rest easier. He leaned on one straight arm, his hand closed over the edge of the table, the tendons showing under the skin of his wrist. Unquote. Rourke listens to their assurances that the changes do not spoil anything, and then he answers. Again, quote, "He spoke for a long time. He explained why this structure could not have a classic motive on its facade. He explained why an honest building, like an honest man, had to be of one piece and one faith. What constituted the life source, the idea in any existing thing or creature, and why, if one smallest part committed treason to that idea, the thing or the creature was dead, and why the good, the high, and the noble on earth was only that which kept its integrity." Unquote. They inform him that the board's decision is unalterable, that Rourke may be right, but, quote, "in practical life one can't always be so flawlessly consistent," unquote. And then the scene continues as one of the board speaks to Rourke, quote, "You understand the situation, Mr. Rourke?" "Yes," said Rourke. His eyes were lowered. He was looking down at the drawings of his building. "Well?" Rourke did not answer. "Yes or no, Mr. Rourke?" Rourke's head leaned back. He closed his eyes. "No," said Rourke.
After a while, the chairman asked, "Do you realize what you're doing?" "Quite," said Rourke. "Good God," Weidler cried suddenly. "Don't you know how big a commission this is? You're a young man. You won't get another chance like this. And, all right, damn it all, I'll say it. You need this. I know how badly you need it." Rourke gathered the drawings from the table, rolled them together, and put them under his arm. "It's sheer insanity," Weidler moaned. "I want you. We want your building. You need the commission. Do you have to be quite so fanatical and selfless about it?" "What?" Rourke asked incredulously. "Fanatical and selfless." Rourke smiled. He looked down at his drawings. His elbow moved a little, pressing them to his body. He said, "That was the most selfish thing you've ever seen a man do." Unquote. In this scene, the author, by the strict purposefulness of her writing, by that which she chooses to include and to omit, dramatizes and makes real the naked essence of Rourke as a man. The sovereign consciousness, the unyielding independence of judgment, the passion for his work, the willingness to pay any price for that passion, for his work done his way. And because Rourke is presented in this manner, because his is not a naturalistic portrait burdened with trivia, he is not less but more real to the reader. More real because he is presented in the sharp focus of purposeful stylization. To write and to characterize by means of essentials requires that one know what is essential and what is derivative, what is a cause and what is a consequence. It is by identifying causes that one arrives at basic principles. No such understanding is required by the naturalist method of characterization. Let me explain what I mean by this. A naturalist observes that men act in a certain manner. He does not ask why. On the premise of determinism, he explicitly or implicitly assumes that somehow men's heredity and environment force them to act as they do. Since he sees himself as a historical observer, as a recorder of the given, what he offers as characterization and motivational explanation is a haphazard collection of surface details, a string of concretes without any abstract significance, such as a character's preference in automobiles, his use of the slang typical of a particular region in a particular year, his random thoughts while brushing his teeth, the restaurants he frequents, the newspapers he reads, and the geographical location of his old high school. Sometimes, if a contemporary writer feels that this is not quite adequate, he may toss in a few Freudian slogans to add depth to his characterization. Any sort of causal analysis, beyond the most primitive and obvious level, is alien to the naturalist approach. If, for instance, a naturalist decides to write about a Madison Avenue executive, he projects that a Madison Avenue executive does the things he does because, well, you know, because he's a Madison Avenue executive. Naturalist literature is filled with portraits on this level of profundity. A typical Bronx housewife, a typical ruthless business tycoon, a typical French coal miner, a typical frustrated and bored French housewife longing for a lover, a typical member of the Russian landed nobility, etc. This, to a naturalist, is characterization. Aggressive social climbers, men such as Peter Keating, exist in large numbers. The type has been treated extensively in countless naturalist novels. If Ayn Rand's presentation of this type has already achieved the status of a psychological classic,
The reason is that Ayn Rand, observing the behavior of such men, asked why, and built Peter Keating's characterization on the answer. As illustration of the difference between the naturalist method of cataloging journalistic surface details and the romantic method of characterization by essentials, contrast the innumerable naturalist presentations of aggressive social climbers with the characterization of Peter Keating. If you have difficulty clearly calling to mind a specific naturalist portrait to serve as contrast with Peter Keating, that is the point. There have been superlatively observant naturalist writers, such as Sinclair Lewis, who have provided impressively exact portraits of the manners, the speech habits, the practices of a certain type of American in a certain region of the country during a certain period. These portraits may have value as sociological reports, but then they should be identified as such, and if sociological instructiveness is the virtue to be claimed for naturalism, why then it should be recognized that naturalism and not romanticism deserves the charge of being didactic. To those who share the naturalist view of literature and the view of life from which it comes, to those who do not understand and or who resent the principle of artistic stylization and the perspective of philosophical essentials, it is superficial and unconvincing, for instance, to present John Galt as a man motivated by an inviolate self-esteem, an unlimited ambition, a passionate love of existence, and a total commitment to reason, whereas it would be profound, it would add depth to Galt's characterization if he were shown combing his hair in the morning, drinking cough medicine when he has a cold, and stopping to chat with the grocer when he buys a pound of coffee. After all, doesn't Galt comb his hair? Doesn't even he occasionally catch a cold? Doesn't he go to the grocer to buy coffee? Isn't this too part of life? Why does Ayn Rand choose to discriminate against such vital aspects of reality? The answer, of course, is that such events are omitted because they are of no importance, neither to the plot, nor to the theme, nor to Galt's characterization, nor to Galt. The standard by which events are selected in a properly constructed novel is objective importance and relevance to the purpose that is being dramatized. Ayn Rand's attitude in this matter is perhaps best illustrated by the following incident. A young man once expressed concern as to whether he could live up to the heroes in her novels, and he offered her this example. If John Galt, the young man said, were preparing to pour champagne for a girl, he would open the bottle swiftly, smoothly, and efficiently, and the scene would be very glamorous. But in real life, the cork might be stuck, and he, the young man, would have difficulty in opening the bottle, and the mood of the occasion would be marred. Why cannot real life be more like art? He wanted to know. Ayn Rand answered that the young man's error was in being upset if the cork stuck, that he was wrong to attach any importance to it. John Galt might very well have trouble in opening the bottle if the cork stuck, she explained, but he would attach no significance to it. His attention and emotional focus would be on the girl and the evening. That is what would be important to him, not any momentary mishap. And she formulated the principle thus. In life, one ignores the unimportant. In art, one omits it. Since art necessarily is selective, to include an incident in a novel is to make it important. To include the unimportant is to magnify it and give it equal status with the important, thus undercutting the important. Those who wish that Galt had been given a few accidental or irrelevant touches have but one basic motive, whether they choose to identify it or not: to see Galt undercut, to see his stature diminished, to see his certainty and his self-esteem breached. They believe that what they are objecting to is his characterization. In fact, what they are objecting to is his character. There is a scene in The Fountainhead in which Peter Keating resentfully asks Howard Rourke, quote, "Can't you be human for once in your life? Can't you ever relax? Do you always have to be so damn serious? Can't you ever do things without reason, just like everybody else? Everything's important with you. Everything's great, significant in some way, every minute, even when you keep still. Can't you ever be comfortable and unimportant?" Unquote. If one understands Keating's psychology in this scene, one understands the psychology of those who find Galt unreal or inhuman. The method by which Ayn Rand characterizes the villains in her novels is following the same principle of selectivity to focus on the actions and reactions that hold the key to their fundamental motivations. One of the most fascinating and complex of these characterizations is that of Dr. Robert Stadler in Atlas Shrugged. Dr. Stadler is shown as a great mind, genuinely devoted to science, but willing, in exchange for a laboratory, to work for the practitioners of brute force, the looters in control of the state. He is irresistibly and almost pathetically drawn to the intelligence of Dagny Taggart, in whose eyes he attempts to justify himself, but then snarls at her his contempt for all industrialists, of which she is one, because of their vulgar concern with practical pursuits. He worships and longs for the genius of his former student, John Galt. But at the end of a long series of betrayals, he is driven by his own guilt to seek his idol's death. "What can you do when you have to deal with people?" cries Dr. Stadler throughout the novel. At first, it is the bewildered cry of a great intellect who feels himself caught in a swamp of mediocrity. At the end, it is the vicious rationalization of an evader who has acquired a vested interest in men's evil, as a sanction and excuse for his own. James Taggart is a villain of a different order. Whereas Stadler is a man of better premises who commits treason to his values, Taggart has no better premises and no values to betray. From his first introduction in the story, "Don't bother me, don't bother me, don't bother me," said James Taggart, he is shown as a whim worshipper, a resentful and pretentious mediocrity moved by terror, a hatred for ability, and an insatiable craving for power. This is the theme and the leitmotif of all his crucial actions, and this is the aspect from which he is presented. A real-life James Taggart may have his evil concealed beneath many confusing and contradictory surface attributes, but that precisely is the virtue of art, that it penetrates the smokescreen of the superficial, the irrelevant, and the accidental, and shows the essence that lies beneath. The same mentality that complains of Galt's characterization because Galt has given no flaws, complains of Taggart's characterization because Taggart has given no virtues. It is not a literary issue at all, but a moral and psychological one. It is two sides of the same coin and the same psychological confession. To insist that there is some bad in the best of us and to plead that there is some good in the worst of us. An apparent good that will be sold out and betrayed every time it clashes with a basic evil is not an actual good. It is morally irrelevant to a man's character. That a concentration camp sadist may bring his mother flowers every Sunday does not mean that he is less than totally evil. That a James Taggart may have his moments of remorse does not mean that he is less than totally evil. If one wishes to understand the motives of those who are made uncomfortable by such moral absolutism, and who prefer to assert that no one can be wholly good or wholly bad, consider this. A John Galt has nothing to gain by such a doctrine. but a concentration camp sadist and a James Taggart have. Once, after having delivered an address to members of the publishing profession, Ayn Rand was asked, "What are the three most important elements in a novel?" She answered, "Plot, plot, plot." The most beautifully written novel that lacks a plot, she explained, is like a superbly outfitted automobile that lacks a motor. Plot, as stated previously, is central and basic to the romantic novel. It proceeds from the concept of man as a being of free will who must choose his values and struggle to achieve them. The logical progression is choice, therefore values, therefore the necessity of action to achieve them, therefore the possibility of conflict, therefore plot. Action and effort are necessities of survival, of the achievement of any values. They are inherent in the nature of human life. Conflict results from the fact that A man's values may clash with one another, and B, a man's values may clash with the values and purposes of others. Both A and B are possible since men are neither infallible nor omniscient. Either a man achieves his values and goals or he is defeated. In the novel, the manner in which this issue is resolved constitutes the climax. Thus, plot is not, as the naturalists have contended, an artificial contrivance that belies the actual facts of reality and the nature of human life. Plot is the abstraction of man's relation to existence. Purpose is the ruling principle in Ayn Rand's novels in two basic respects. First, all the characters are motivated by their purposes, by the goals they are seeking to achieve, and the events of the novel dramatize the conflicts of these purposes. Second, the author is purposeful. That is, every event, every character, and every adjective is selected by the standard of the logical requirements of the novel. Nothing is accidental and nothing is included for reasons extrinsic to the needs of the plot and the theme. Every novel, by the nature of art, carries an implicit philosophical meaning. But Ayn Rand's plots dramatize an explicit philosophical theme. In We the Living, the abstract theme is, quote, the individual against the state, the supreme value of a human life, and the evil of the totalitarian state that claims the right to sacrifice it. In Anthem, it is, quote, the meaning of man's ego, unquote. In The Fountainhead, it is, quote, individualism versus collectivism, not in politics, but in man's soul. The psychological motivations and the basic premises that produce the character of an individualist or a collectivist. Unquote. In Atlas Shrugged, it is the role of the mind in man's existence, and as a corollary, the demonstration of a new moral philosophy, the morality of rational self-interest, unquote. Ayn Rand defines a plot theme as the central situation that expresses and dramatizes a novel's abstract theme. Thus, the plot theme of We the Living is the struggle of three young and talented people to achieve life and happiness in Soviet Russia, and the manner in which the system destroys all three of them, not in spite of, but because of their virtues. In Anthem, it is the struggle of a young scientist to discover the concept of ego in a totally collectivized society of the future from which the word I has vanished. In The Fountainhead it is the battle of a great innovator, an architect of genius, against a society geared and committed to mediocrity. In Atlas Shrugged, it is the mind on strike. In contradistinction to the typical philosophical novels, such as, for instance, Thomas Mann's The Magic Mountain, the characters in Ayn Rand's books who hold opposing views do not merely sit on verandas or on mountaintops and debate or argue their theoretical convictions while all action is suspended. Every idea, every issue, and every intellectual conflict in these novels is dramatized, that is, presented in terms of action, in terms of the practical consequences to which it leads. Quoting Miss Rand, quote, "I am interested in philosophical principles only as they affect the actual existence of men, and in men only as they reflect philosophical principles. An abstract theory that has no relation to reality is worse than nonsense, and men who act without relation to principles are less than animals. Those who say that theory and practice are two unrelated realms are fools in one and scoundrels in the other. I wanted to present my abstract theory where it belongs, in concrete reality, in the actions of men," unquote. The ingenuity and artistry of Ayn Rand as a plot writer lies in the nature of the situations she creates, in her sense of drama and conflict, and in her integration of philosophy and action. Consider the basic plot situation in We the Living. In order to obtain money to send Leo Kovalensky, the man she loves, to a tubercular sanitarium, Kira Argunova becomes the mistress of Andrei Taganov, an idealistic communist. Neither man knows of Kira's relationship with the other, and both men hate each other. Leo is an aristocrat, Andrei a member of the Soviet secret police. Now, the situation of a woman forced to sleep with a man she does not love in order to save the life of the man she does love is not new. That is the situation in Tosca, for instance, and in many other stories. The originality of Miss Rand's treatment of the subject from the point of view of plot is in the way she intensifies the conflict and makes it more complex. In Tosca and in stories like it, the man to whom the woman sells herself is an unequivocal villain whom the woman despises. He knows that she is selling herself for the sake of another man, and it is he, the villain, who has forced the action upon her. But in We the Living, Andrei is not a villain. He is profoundly in love with Kira and believes that she is in love with him. He does not know of her love for Leo, and Kira does not despise him. Increasingly, she comes to respect him. At the start of their affair, she had acted in desperation, knowing that this was her only chance to save Leo, and knowing that Andrei had helped to establish the system that forced such an action upon her. But as their relationship progresses, as Andrei finds the first happiness he has ever known, he begins to understand the importance of an individual life and begins to doubt the ideals for which he has fought. And thus, the conflicts involved and the suspense about what will happen when the two men find out about each other are brought to the highest intensity. One of the most brilliantly dramatic scenes occurs at the climax of the novel when, Arriving to arrest Leo for illegal activities, Andre finds Kira's dresses in the closet of Leo's apartment and learns the truth of Kira's and Leo's relationship at the moment when he holds Leo's life in his hands. In presenting the evil of dictatorship, Miss Rand does not focus primarily on the aspect of physical brutality and horror, on the concentration camps, the executions without trial, the firing squads, and the torture chambers. These elements are present in We the Living only in the background. Had these horrors been the primary focus, the impact would be less profound, because violence and bloodshed necessarily suggest a state of emergency, of the temporary. Miss Rand achieves a far more devastating indictment of dictatorship by focusing on the normal daily conditions of existence, the spectacle of men reduced to a chronic, intense, humiliating preoccupation with the barest physical necessities, the spectacle of endless posters and endless speeches proclaiming man's duty to the state. In a world where a private life is forbidden, where one's leisure hours are drained away in public meetings, parades, social activity conferences, and voluntary demonstrations. The spectacle of squirming mediocrities scrambling for power, the power to rule a nation or to control a committee or to dispossess one's neighbor. The spectacle of a system where servility and treachery are the currency of survival and virtue and ability are one's passport to destruction. The spectacle of a world where lives, careers, aspirations, and futures are throttled by a mindless, impersonal machine controlled by hysterical thugs, the profiteers of the doctrine that man has no right to exist for his own sake. In the course of the novel, Leo is arrested twice, and Kira does not know if he is to be tortured, executed, or if she is ever to see him again. In the end, he is released, physically unarmed, to go on living in a world where such threats are the constant and the normal. The impact is far worse than if he had been executed. Leo is destroyed spiritually. Another crucial element contributing to the power of Miss Rand's indictment of collectivism is the fact that she presents Andre sympathetically. He is not the worst representative of the system, but the best, the most idealistic and sincere. And that is why, as the events of the novel demonstrate with inexorable logic, he is as inevitably doomed to destruction as Kira and Leo. It is his virtues that make his survival impossible. Now, in our next lecture, we will continue our discussion of Miss Rand's literary style, and I want to discuss some of the plot features of Anthem, The Fountainhead, and Atlas Shrugged, and then we will move on to consider still other aspects of Miss Rand's literary method. So, ladies and gentlemen, to be continued. Thank you. We ended our preceding discussion with an analysis of some of the plot aspects of We the Living. Let us turn now to a consideration of Miss Rand's next novel, Anthem. In Anthem, the same ability to perceive issues in terms of essentials led Miss Rand to one of her most original and inspired literary philosophical ideas. The I is the root of all evil, the altruist collectivists declare. In Anthem's world of the future, the word I has disappeared from men's language. An individual man refers to himself as we and to another individual as they.
and the reader is shown the nature of a world from which the concept of ego has vanished. In length, Anthem is closer to a novelette than to a novel. In style and form, it is closer to poetry than to prose. It is by far the most abstract of her works in its method of stylization. It is a projection of the issue of individualism versus collectivism, dramatized in its purest and starkest essence. In the world of Anthem, men are permitted no selfishness. Their thoughts, their occupations, their actions are dictated by the needs of their brothers. All the scientific and industrial achievements of the past unmentionable times have been lost. Men live by candlelight, bleed the sick to cure them of their ailments, and believe that the earth is flat and the sun revolves around it. Having destroyed the independent mind, this totally collectivized society has no power to keep that which only the independent mind can create and maintain. But out of this swamp, one man of rebellious and intransigent spirit arises, who is tortured and threatened with death for the crime of pursuing knowledge for his own pleasure and purpose. He had been ordered by the Council of Vocations to be a street sweeper as his life's occupation. Working alone at night and in secret, he has rediscovered the electric light. The rulers of his community order the light to be destroyed, and he is forced to escape with his discovery into an uncharted wilderness. One of the most beautiful scenes in the book, which is written in the form of his diary, occurs when the young girl whom he loves and who has followed him into the wilderness struggles to communicate her love for him without the use or knowledge of personal pronouns. Quote, "Today the golden one stopped suddenly and said, 'We love you.' But then they frowned and shook their head and looked at us helplessly. 'No,' they whispered, 'that is not what we wish to say.' They were silent. Then they spoke slowly, and their words were halting, like the words of a child learning to speak for the first time. 'We are one, alone, and only, and we love you who are one, alone, and only.' We looked into each other's eyes, and we knew that the breath of a miracle had touched us and fled, and left us groping vainly. And we felt torn for some word we could not find." Close quote. The hero's struggle to identify and name the concept of I is developed with such tension that when, after pages of we, one sees the opening line of the climactic chapter, the emotional experience is one of unsurpassable violence and power. I am, I think, I will. It is illuminating to note in passing a crucial difference between Ayn Rand's projection of a totally collectivized society and the projection of such a society in Orwell's 1984, written some years later. In 1984, what is presented is a super-industrialized, super-scientific civilization. Orwell and many authors who have since written similar books may believe that totalitarianism is immoral, but they do consider it practical. They share the premises of those they denounce, at least to this extent. They believe that it is possible to enslave man, to rule him by brute force, to forbid independent thought, and yet somehow to keep and continue all that which is the achievement of a free mind. Ayn Rand knew better, and years later in Atlas Shrugged, she showed fully what industrial civilization depends on and what happens when human intelligence ceases to function. One of the most impressive examples of Ayn Rand's power as a plot writer is the climax of The Fountainhead. To appreciate the ingenuity of the climax, consider the personal contexts of the leading characters and their relationships to one another. Consider the conflicts and problems which the plot has set up and the manner in which the climax integrates and resolves all of them. The first note of the coming climax is sounded when Peter Keating asks Howard Rourke to design the government housing project, Cortlandt Homes, and let him, Keating, take the credit. The project involves enormous architectural difficulties, and neither Keating nor any other architect has been able to solve them. Years later, Keating had graduated from architectural school with honors on the day when Rourke was expelled. In school, Keating had often gone to Rourke for help with his assignments. Later, when they were both in practice, Rourke struggling desperately, Keating rising to the top of his profession, Keating had gone to Rourke again and again for help with his work. Keating is the second-hander, the man without independent values or judgment, the man who lives through and by others, the borer who originates or creates nothing. Rourke, the independent innovator, the egoist, the man who lives for his own sake and by his own mind, the man who refuses to compromise his convictions, has fought a battle of 18 years against the society around him. Now his architectural ideas are beginning to win. He is still denounced and opposed, but clients are coming to him in increasing numbers. Keating, having ridden for years on a prestige he had not earned, is now slipping. Another fashion is replacing him, and he is terrified. Rourke agrees to design Cortlandt Homes for Keating on one condition, that it be built exactly as Rourke designs it. It is Ellsworth Toohey, the architectural critic, who secures the government commission for Keating. Toohey, as a second-hander, moves solely by a lust for power. He preaches altruism and collectivism. He hates Rourke and has been seeking to destroy him. He has worked to build up the careers of mediocrities like Keating in order to close the field to the Rourkes. Now, after years of plotting and scheming, Toohey is at the height of his fame and influence. His specific goal at present is control of the Wynand newspaper chain, for which he works as a columnist. Gale Wynand is the great tragic figure in The Fountainhead. He has risen out of Hell's Kitchen by his own prodigious effort to the position of owner of a publishing empire. Having succumbed in his youth to the belief that virtue and integrity have no chance in human society, that life among men is inescapably evil, he concluded that one's only choice is to rule or be ruled, and chose to rule. He has poured his energy and genius into the creation of a vast newspaper chain that does not express his own values or convictions, but panders to the worst and lowest values and tastes of the mob. This, Wynand believes, is the path to power. With the exception of the Banner, his New York paper, Wynand has found only two passions in life: Dominic Francon, whom he marries, and Howard Rourke, whom he first attempts to corrupt and whom he now virtually worships. Rourke is that which Wynand had thought impossible, a man of integrity. But the realization toward which Wynand is moving is that if a Rourke can be practical and can succeed on his own moral terms, then there is no justification for his, Wynand's, life. Wynand does not know that Dominique and Rourke are in love with each other. Dominique had left Rourke years earlier because she could not bear to witness the destruction to which she felt certain he was doomed. A passionate idealist, she, like Wynand, believes that the good has no chance among men. But she does not commit Wynand's treason.
She does not seek any values from a world she despises. She married Wynand, whom she took as her symbol of the world's evil, in a deliberate act of intended self-destruction, seeking to kill her own ecstatic sense of life that made the world unbearable to her. Now she knows that her sense of life cannot be killed. She witnesses Keating's disintegration. She sees Rourke winning his battle. She observes Wynand's helplessness before him, and she begins to understand the nature of her error, to grasp the impotence of evil. Such is the context at the time of the climax. When the first building of Cortlandt Homes is completed, Rourke discovers that it has been totally disfigured. The bureaucrats have kept Rourke's structural and engineering plans, without which the project would not have been possible. But in defiance of their contract with Keating, which guaranteed that there would be no changes in the design, they have had the design of the building drastically altered. Keating has no legal recourse. The government bureau cannot be sued or forced to honor its contract. Rourke dynamites Cortlandt. Then he waits at the scene of the explosion to be arrested. He will talk at the trial, he states. He has decided to make this a test case. There is a storm of public indignation against him, led by Ellsworth Toohey. Everyone is convinced that Rourke is guilty. No one knows his motive, but they do not have to. Cortlandt is a housing project, a home for the poor. Rourke has no right to a motive. Now observe what this climax accomplishes dramatically and philosophically. Rourke's dynamiting of Cortlandt and the events to which this leads integrate the conflicts of the leading characters into a final focus of violent intensity, maximizing the philosophical values and issues at stake. The climax involves each of these characters intimately, and in accordance with the logic of the basic course the characters have chosen, brings each of them to victory or defeat. Philosophically, the climax dramatizes the central theme of the book: individualism versus collectivism, the rights of the individual versus the claims of the collective. It dramatizes the role of the creator in human society and the manner in which the morality of altruism victimizes him. It dramatizes the fact that human survival is made possible by the men who think and produce, not by those who imitate and borrow, by the creators, not the second-handers, by the Rourkes, not the Keatings. Peter Keating, who has attempted all his life to exist as a parasite off the minds of others, makes a final, desperate effort to save his entire career by such an act of parasitism and is brought to disaster, to public disgrace and to the full realization of his own emptiness and mediocrity. Gail Wynand attempts to defend Rourke. He thinks that he will have his one great chance, to use the banner for the first time in his life for a cause in which he believes. This will vindicate his past and justify his pursuit of power. But the public rises in fury against Wynand for his defense of Rourke. His readers desert him, and Wynand learns that it is not he who had directed public opinion, but public opinion that had controlled and directed him. He learns that a corrupt instrument, such as the banner, cannot be used to serve a noble purpose. To save the banner, he joins the voices denouncing Rourke, but in the end, recognizing the futility of his career, recognizing that his pursuit of power has only delivered him into slavery, he closes the banner. He sees that a man cannot sacrifice his values all his life and expect to escape the consequences. That if Rourke and Dominique were Wynand's highest values, it is precisely they whom he would inevitably betray. You were a ruler of men, he tells himself. You held a leash. A leash is only a rope with a noose at both ends.
With the closing of the banner, Toohey is left to start his struggle for power all over again. His years of scheming and plotting have brought him nothing. His fate dramatizes the fact that evil has the power to destroy, but not the power to create. That evil is blindness, emptiness, and impotence. Toohey, because of Winans' own errors, is able to destroy the banner, but he is not able to take it over. Prior to the Cortlandt explosion, Dominique had been coming to understand that she did not have to fear that her values were caught in a malevolent universe where they were doomed to destruction. The dynamiting of Cortlandt puts her to the severest test possible. Her highest value, Rourke, is in far worse danger than any he had faced before. But she is not afraid for him. She knows that he is right, that he is one, that it is he who belongs on earth, no matter what happens, and thus she finds her way back to him. At the trial, Rourke's statement to the jury is a summation of the philosophy which the events of the novel and of Rourke's own life have illustrated. That all progress and achievement come from the independent mind. That altruism is the second-hander's weapon of exploitation, their device for enslaving the creator. That man is not a sacrificial animal, but has the right to exist for his own sake. That society depends on the work of the creators and has a right to that work only on the creator's terms. Rourke is acquitted. His dynamiting of Cortlandt and his subsequent vindication are the final expression of his unyielding integrity and the confirmation of his conviction that the moral is the practical. Let us turn now to a consideration of the stylistic aspects of Miss Rand's work. If one studies the descriptive passages in Ayn Rand's novels, one will observe how frequently they serve several different purposes simultaneously, aside from the recreating of the physical setting. For instance, in the opening pages of Atlas Shrugged, the reader must be introduced to a New York City that is disturbingly unlike the New York City of the present. A mood of ominousness must be established. The scene must be set for the presentation of a disintegrating society. Now, observe what is communicated and by what means it is communicated in the description of the buildings of the city on the second page of the first chapter. Quote, "The clouds and the shafts of skyscrapers against them were turning brown, like an old painting in oil, the color of a fading masterpiece. Long streaks of grime ran from under the pinnacles down the slender, soot-eaten walls. High on the side of a tower there was a crack in the shape of a motionless lightning, the length of 10 stories. A jagged object cut the sky above the roofs. It was half a spire, still holding the glow of the sunset. The gold leaf had long since peeled off the other half. The glow was red and still, like the reflection of a fire. Not an active fire, but a dying one, which it is too late to stop." Close quote. In reading such a passage, one may not be fully aware of how it is happening, but in answer to such lines as, "like an old painting in oil, the color of a fading masterpiece," or "not an active fire, but a dying one, which it is too late to stop," one's emotions will be responding. One will find oneself slowly being carried into the atmosphere of a collapsing civilization, because every line of description, every adjective and metaphor has been calculated to produce the exact effect the author intends. There are persons to whom clarity and precision are the enemies of poetry and emotion. They equate the artistic with the fuzzy, the vague, and the diffuse.
Seeking in art the reflection and confirmation of their sense of life, they are psychologically and aesthetically at home only with the blurred and the indeterminate. That which is sharply in focus clashes with their own mental state. In such persons, Ayn Rand's literary style will invoke a feeling of disquietude and resentment. Ayn Rand's use of language is best characterized by a line concerning Dagny Taggart, quote, "She had regarded language as a tool of honor, always to be used as if one were under oath, an oath of allegiance to reality and to respect for human beings," unquote. Because her writing is lucid, such persons will tell themselves that it is crude. Because her writing conveys an unequivocal meaning and does not suggest a mobile to be interpreted by the subjective whim of any reader, they will tell themselves that it lacks poetry. Because her writing demands that they be conscious when they read it, they will tell themselves that it is not art. But the specific trademark of her literary style is its power vividly to recreate sensory reality and inner psychological states, to induce the most intense emotions, and to accomplish this by means of the most calculated selection of words, images, and events, giving to logic a poetry it had never had before, and to poetry a logic it had never had before. Consider the sequence in Atlas Shrugged that describes the first train ride on the new line Dagny Taggart has built in Colorado. The literary assignment in this sequence is extremely complex. To convey the sensory reality of motion in a speeding train, as experienced by Dagny and Reardon, who are riding in the cab of the engine, to convey the exaltation of a great achievement, the creation of this railroad line against overwhelming obstacles, to illustrate the philosophical meaning of that achievement, to project that sense of life which is peculiarly Dagny's and Reardon's, and to show the start of their love affair as the inexorable climax toward which the triumphant sweep of that train ride carries them. A writer who is familiar with the technical problems involved in communicating the sensation of motion and in projecting complex emotional states can read this sequence only with awe. The sense of motion is caught from the opening paragraph. Quote, "The green-blue rails ran to meet them like two jets shot out of a single point beyond the curve of the earth. The crossties melted as they approached into a smooth stream rolling down under the wheels. A blurred streak clung to the side of the engine low over the ground. Trees and telegraph poles sprang into sight abruptly and went by as if jerked back. The green plains stretched past in a leisurely flow. At the edge of the sky, a long wave of mountains reversed the movement and seemed to follow the train." Unquote. Then, several paragraphs later, quote, "Things streaked past, a water tank, a tree, a shanty, a grain silo. They had a windshield wiper motion. They were rising, describing a curve and dropping back. The telegraph wires ran a race with the train, rising and falling from pole to pole in an even rhythm, like the cardiograph record of a steady heartbeat written across the sky. The glass sheets of the cab's windows made the spread of the field seem vaster. The earth looked as open to movement as it was to sight. Yet nothing was distant and nothing was out of reach. She had barely grasped the sparkle of a lake ahead, and in the next instant she was beside it, then past." Unquote. Observe in the following paragraph, as the train enters and then passes through a city, in what manner the reader is given the essentials of the sensory perceptions experienced by Dagny and Reardon. Quote, "It was a succession of minutes, but it hit them as a single whole. First, they saw the lone shapes, which were factories, rolling across their window panes. Then the shapes fused into the blur of streets. Then a delta of rail spread out before them like the mouth of a funnel, sucking them into the Taggart station, with nothing to protect them but the small green beads of light scattered over the ground. From the height of the cab they saw boxcars on sidings streak past as flat ribbons of rooftops. The black hole of the train shed flew at their faces. They hurtled through an explosion of sound, the beating of wheels against the glass panes of a vault, and the screams of cheering from a mass that swayed like a liquid in the darkness among steel columns. They flew toward a glowing arch and the green lights hanging in the open sky beyond, the green lights that were like the doorknobs of space, throwing door after door open before them. Then, vanishing behind them, went the streets clotted with traffic, the open windows bulging with human figures, the screaming sirens, and, from the top of a distant skyscraper, a cloud of paper snowflakes shimmering on the air, flung by someone who saw the passage of a silver bullet across a city stopped still to watch it. Close quote. Then still later, when Dagny leaves the cab to look at the motors, quote, she moves slowly along the length of the motor units, down a narrow passage between the engines and the wall. She felt the immodesty of an intruder, as if she had slipped inside a living creature, under its silver skin, and were watching its life beating in gray metal cylinders, in twisted coils, in sealed tubes, in the convulsive whirl of blades in wire cages. The enormous complexity of the shape above her was drained by invisible channels, and the violence raging within it was led to fragile needles on glass dials, to green and red beads winking on panels, to tall, thin cabinets stenciled high voltage. Why had she always felt that joyous sense of confidence when looking at machines, she thought. In these giant shapes, two aspects pertaining to the inhuman were radiantly absent, the causeless and the purposeless. Every part of the motors was an embodied answer to why and what for, like the steps of a life course chosen by the sort of mind she worshipped. The motors were a moral code cast in steel. Unquote. Then, later, quote, she was making her way back toward the cab, feeling that she wanted to laugh, to kneel or lift her arms, wishing she were able to release the thing she felt, knowing that it had no form of expression. She stopped. She saw Reardon standing by the steps of the door to the cab. He was looking at her as if he knew why she had escaped and what she felt. They stood still, their bodies becoming a glance that met across a narrow passage. The beating within her was one with the beating of the motors, and she felt as if both came from him. The pounding rhythm wiped out her will. They went back to the cab silently, knowing that there had been a moment which was not to be mentioned between them. Unquote. Pages later, when they stand on a balcony that night, after the train ride had ended, its mood and meaning are picked up and continued as the emotional lead into their love affair, quote, she felt a rhythm without sound or movement, a sense of beating tension as if the wheels of the John Galt line were still speeding on. Slowly, in answer and in resistance to an unspoken summons, she turned and looked at him. Unquote. Now consider, finally, the last two paragraphs of the sequence, and ask yourself whether you are reading the description of a sex act or the treatise on the metaphysical relation of mind and body, or a statement of the moral purpose of man's life, or all three. Quote, he stood looking down at her naked body. He leaned over. She heard his voice. It was more a statement of contemptuous triumph than a question. You want it? Her answer was more a gasp than a word, her eyes closed, her mouth open. Yes. She knew that what she felt with the skin of her arms was the cloth of his shirt. She knew that the lips she felt on her mouth were his, but in the rest of her there was no distinction between his being and her own, as there was no division between body and spirit. Through all the steps of the years behind them, the steps down a course chosen in the courage of a single loyalty, their love of existence, chosen in the knowledge that nothing will be given,
that one must make one's own desire and every shape of its fulfillment. Through the steps of shaping metal rails and motors, they had moved by the power of the thought that one remakes the earth for one's enjoyment, that man's spirit gives meaning to insentient matter by molding it to serve one's chosen goal. The course led them to the moment when, in answer to the highest of one's values, in an admiration not to be expressed by any other form of tribute, one's spirit makes one's body become the tribute, recasting it as proof, as sanction, as reward, into a single sensation of such intensity of joy that no other sanction of one's existence is necessary. He heard the moan of her breath, she felt the shudder of his body in the same instant. Unquote. In Atlas Shrugged, Ayn Rand has created more than a great novel. By any rational, objective literary standard, from the standpoint of plot structure, suspense, drama, imaginativeness, characterization, evocative and communicative use of language, originality, scope of theme and subject, psychological profundity and philosophical richness, Atlas Shrugged is the climax of the novel form, carrying that form to unprecedented heights of intellectual and artistic power. Atlas Shrugged has inspired the most passionate admiration and the most violent antagonism. Neither response is difficult to understand if one considers everything which, literarily and philosophically, the novel represents and challenges. Contrast the nature of the story in Atlas Shrugged with the stories currently hailed as great literature concerning sensitive homosexuals in search of personal identity, smiling old ladies with irresistible compulsions to strangle birds and cats, mothers engaged in incestuous relationships with their sons, dope addicts who find spiritual fulfillment in Zen Buddhism, undistinguished mediocrities whose claim to importance is the adulteries or murders they suddenly commit for no reason known to anyone, least of all to their authors. Contrast the sense of life and the view of man projected in Atlas Shrugged with that projected by all the fashionable voices now wailing that life is sordid and futile, that human nature is a sewer, that man's mind is impotent, that man is metaphysically helpless, that terror is man's natural state. And then remember that every aesthetic response is a psychological confession. In an age when one of the most demanding aspects of writing a novel, the construction of a plot, is solved by the declaration that plot is vulgar and artificial, when pretentious little stories about nothing whatever are hailed as the expression of a superior sophistication because they are about nothing whatever, when ponderous, unwieldy sentences are taken not as evidence of an author's ineptitude, but as proof of his sincerity, when unintelligibility is viewed as the hallmark of profundity, when the projection of any emotional mood except boredom or hysteria is regarded as unreal, when purposefulness, clarity, or any other manifestation of intellect is treated as an artistic liability, when, in a word, literature is dominated by the worship of unconsciousness, it is not startling that the supporters of such a trend should be disinclined to understand or identify the nature of Ayn Rand's artistic achievement. If they apprehend in Atlas Shrugged the presence of that which is irrevocably inimical to their view of life and of art, if they sense that to acknowledge Atlas Shrugged as great literature is to set a standard devastating and terrifying in its implications for their own products and values, if they feel that it is Atlas Shrugged or them, can one say that they are mistaken? Just as in philosophy Ayn Rand has challenged the modern doctrines of neo-mysticism and epistemological agnosticism, So in literature, she has challenged the view of man as an impotent zombie without intellect, efficacy, or self-esteem. Just as she has opposed the fashionable philosophical dogmas of fatalism, determinism, and man's metaphysical passivity, so she has opposed the fashionable literary projections of man as a stuporous puppet, manipulated by instinct and socio-economic status. Just as she has rejected the mystic theories of original sin, of man's depravity and the misery of life on earth, so she has rejected the presentations of unfocused, whim-worshipping neurotics, staggering along a trail of hysterical destruction to the abyss of whimpering defeat. Just as she has rescued philosophy from the cult of the anti-mind and the anti-man, so she has rescued literature from the cult of the anti-novel and the anti-hero. As an artist, she has brought men a new sense of life. As a philosopher, she has brought them the intellectual implementation of that sense of life. She has shown what it depends on and how it is to be earned. When one considers the quality of enraptured idealism that dominates her work, and the affirmative view of the human potential that she projects, the most morally corrupt of the attacks leveled against her, and the most psychologically revealing, is the assertion that she is motivated, quote, by a hatred of humanity, unquote. It is culturally significant that writers who present dope addicts and psychopaths as their image of human nature are not accused of hatred for humanity, but a writer who presents men of integrity and genius as her image of human nature is. In Ayn Rand's novels, the heroes, the men of outstanding moral character and intellectual ability, are exalted. The men of conscientious honesty and average ability are treated with respect and sympathy. A far more profound respect and sympathy, it is worth adding, than they have ever been accorded in any so-called humanitarian novel. There is only one class of men who receive moral condemnation: the men who demand any form of the unearned, in matter or in spirit, who propose to treat other men as sacrificial animals, who claim the right to rule others by physical force. Is it her implacable sense of justice, her loyalty to those who are not evil, her concern for the morally innocent and her contempt for the morally guilty that makes Ayn Rand a hater of humanity? If those who charge Ayn Rand with hatred, feeling themselves to be its object, choose to identify and classify themselves with the men she condemns, doubtless they know best. But then it is not Ayn Rand or humanity whom they have damned. In presenting the struggle of an innovator against the society of his time in The Fountainhead, Ayn Rand wrote many passages that were to prove prophetic of her own future. One such passage, especially relevant here, occurs at a trial where Howard Roark is being sued by a client who had commissioned him to build a temple of the human spirit, and who subsequently claimed that Roark's temple was sacrilegious. The following is from Dominic Francon's testimony at that trial, quote, Howard Roark built a temple to the human spirit. He saw man as strong, proud, clean, wise, and fearless. He saw man as a heroic being, and he built a temple to that. A temple is a place where man is to experience exaltation. He thought that exaltation comes from the consciousness of being guiltless, of seeing the truth and achieving it, of living up to one's highest possibility, of knowing no shame and having no cause for shame, of being able to stand naked in full sunlight. He thought that exaltation means joy and that joy is man's birthright. He thought that a place built as a setting for man is a sacred place. That is what Howard Roark thought of man and of exaltation. But Ellsworth Toohey said that this temple was a monument to a profound hatred of humanity. Ellsworth Toohey said that the essence of exaltation was to be scared out of your wits, to fall down and to grovel. Ellsworth Toohey said that man's highest act was to realize his own worthlessness and to beg forgiveness. Ellsworth Toohey is a lover of mankind. The Stoddard Temple is a threat to many things. If it were allowed to exist, nobody would dare to look at himself in the mirror. And that is a cruel thing to ask of men. Ask anything of men. Ask them to achieve wealth, fame, love, brutality, murder, self-sacrifice. But don't ask them to achieve self-respect. They will hate your soul. They won't say, of course, that they hate you. They will say that you hate them. It's near enough, I suppose. They know the emotion involved. Unquote. I think the applicability of this passage to the criticisms of Atlas Shrugged should be obvious. The most tragic victims of the man-degrading nature of contemporary literature are the young. They have watched the progression from the boredom of conventional naturalism to the horror of nightmare symbolism, the progression from stories about the folks next door to stories about the dipsomaniac next door, the crippled dwarf next door, the axe murderer next door, the psychotic next door. This, they are now informed, is what life is really like. In projecting the artist's view of man's metaphysical relationship to existence, art explicitly or implicitly holds up to man the value goals of life. It shows him what is possible and what is worth striving for. It can tell him that he is doomed and that nothing is worth striving for, or it can show him the life of a Howard Rourke or a John Galt. It is particularly when one is young, when one is still forming one's soul, that one desperately needs, as example, as inspiration, as fuel, as antidote to the sight of the world around one, the vision of life as it might be and ought to be, the vision of heroes fighting for values worth achieving in a universe where achievement is possible. It is not descriptions of the people next door that a young person requires, but an escape from the people next door to a wider view of the human potentiality. This is what the young have found in the novels of Ayn Rand, and that is the key to the enormous popularity of her novels. Speaking before a group of university students, Ayn Rand has stated, quote, "Art is an expression of one's sense of life. Where in today's culture do we find any remnant of the joyous, the benevolent, the confident, the beautiful, the exciting? Why are the higher reaches of artistic skill devoted exclusively to the colors of festering wounds and the sounds of cosmic wailing? In the field of aesthetics, those of you who are sick of the neo-savages of non-objective art should rebel against their dogma that the garbage can is a symbol of man's soul. Take them at their word. Grant them their right to reveal their souls in the appropriate form they have chosen. But do not grant them the right to speak for your soul, nor for the soul of man, nor for his sense of life. In the face of their maudlin whining that they have given up, flaunt the fact that you have not. To the motto, 'We who are not about to die,' add, 'We who are not impotent, we who are not hopeless, we who are not depraved, we whose lives are not banal, nor gritty, nor irrational.' The correction of a disaster has to begin with the correction of its cause. It is philosophy that has brought us to this state. It is only philosophy that can lead us out. Not the philosophy of the neo-mystics which has run its course, but the rebirth of a philosophy of reason. That is, a reassertion of man's self-esteem with its three consequences: a rational morality, a rational aesthetics, and a romantic renaissance in art." Close quote. In her own novels, that Renaissance has found the greatest and most inspiring of beginnings. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen.
Ladies and gentlemen, many of you, looking at the spectacle of the world around you, at the amount of destruction, horror, and suffering to be seen everywhere, at the apparent sweeping triumph of evil and the apparent helplessness of innocence and virtue, may find yourselves drawn irresistibly to the conclusion that the world is controlled by some diabolically clever, all but omnipotent evil power, capable of winning any and every battle against the good. Without necessarily naming it in words, you may feel that such inherently is the nature of life, that evil will always prove more practical and powerful than virtue, and that the good has no chance on earth. This, of course, is the essential view of existence held by all mystical moralities, the moralities that teach that man is born to suffer, that this earth is a realm to be escaped, that virtue must be content to be its own reward, that happiness is only possible beyond the grave, and that to seek or to achieve happiness in this world is proof of one's depravity, since only the depraved can profit in this life, and only the evil is practical. You who are here tonight would not accept the mystics' nonsense about another dimension or any of their promises of a self-fulfillment to be achieved by death. But to those among you who have succumbed to the feeling that only evil is practical on earth, to those of you who feel that there is an omnipotent monster running loose in the world, I want to say that that monster is in fact an impotent, panic-stricken little nonentity whose only source of strength, of power, of efficacy is you. In order to understand in what manner this is true, it is necessary first clearly to define what is evil, to identify its precise nature and meaning. It is your concept of the nature of evil that will determine your attitude toward it, that will determine whether what you feel for evil is fear or contempt. Evil, according to the mystics' doctrine of original sin, is that which man is by nature. It is that within him which pulls his soul downward toward the pursuit of earthly enjoyment. Evil, according to that tradition which has moved from the Orient to such mystery cults as the Orphics of ancient Greece, to Pythagoras, to Plato, to St. Paul, to St. Augustine, is the lust for this earth, the quest for pleasure, the pursuit of sexual enjoyment, the pursuit of happiness, of production, of trade, of profit, of wealth. Evil is, above all, arrogance, pride, the conviction that one's mind, unaided by divine revelation or insight, is competent to discover the truth. Mystics do not begin, as one rationally must, with the definition of the good by which they then define the evil. They begin instead with the standard of evil by which they then define the good. Their whole concept of good consists of a negation. The good is non-man, non-life on earth, non-profit, non-reason. It is significant in this respect that their cardinal virtue is self-sacrifice. Self-sacrifice is a negation, the wiping out, the surrendering, the renouncing of one's values, one's happiness, one's life, one's mind. In this sense, they regard evil metaphysically as active and the good as passive. By such a concept of good and evil, it is certainly true that virtue is impractical and vice is practical. The practical means that which is appropriate to the conditions of reality, that which works, succeeds, brings man happiness, profit, and fulfillment. If it is a vice to use one's mind and a virtue to renounce it, if it is a vice to produce but a virtue to be in need, if it is a vice to achieve values but a virtue to forsake them, if it is a vice to be happy but a virtue to suffer, then most certainly the evil is practical and virtue has no chance on earth. But such, in fact, are not the evils which people believe to be practical. The consequence of the mystics' creed that removed morality from life has been to lead men to the belief that actual evils, such as dishonesty, robbery, brutality, are practical. The real alternative to the mystics' morality of death, the morality of life, has never been grasped by men. Failing to think outside the context of the mystics' definitions, they have concluded that if it is moral to place one's faith in the authority of God, it is practical to place one's faith in private whims. That if it is moral to give one's wealth away, it is practical to obtain wealth by force. That if it is moral to sacrifice oneself to others, it is practical to sacrifice others to oneself. That if it is moral to be a masochist, it is practical to be a sadist. Men have so divorced the concept of morality from the practical problems of existence that if one were to tell them that the alleged virtues of the mystics are not moral, but rationality, honesty, justice, productiveness are, many might agree, but then, still caught in the mystic's trap, they would proceed to feel that rationality, honesty, justice, and productiveness are impractical, since the moral can have no chance on earth. Morality has become for them virtually a stigma. To call an action moral is, no matter what its nature, to brand it as impractical. If you wish to avoid this error, if you wish fully to understand what is good and evil, you must reject the basic approach of the mystics. You must remember that a rational morality, a morality proper to man's nature, is the tool not of man's destruction, but of his survival. That man needs a moral code for the most practical purpose possible in order to live. What is the definition of the good by objectivist ethics? It is that which supports man's survival, that which furthers and enhances man's existence, that which makes possible the achievement of life and the enjoyment of life. The purpose of morality, states Galt, is to teach you not to suffer and die, but to enjoy yourself and live. As I have said, only if one begins with a definition of the good can one rationally arrive at a definition of the evil. Only if one begins with a definition of one's basic goal or purpose can one judge what furthers that purpose or defeats it. Life is man's basic moral purpose, and the good is all that which human survival requires. What then is the evil? It is the anti-life. What does man's life depend on? First and foremost, upon reason, upon the perception of reality and adherence to reality. The essence of evil, then, is willful blindness to reality. It is defiance of the facts of reality. To give a simple illustration, if a man recklessly drives his car 100 miles an hour down an icy road, deliberately risking his life and that of the other passengers who are with him, for no other purpose than the thrill of seeing if he can get away with being flagrantly irrational, this is most profoundly evil. Evil because it is anti-reality, anti-reason, and therefore anti-life. The moral is the rational, the evil is the irrational. And remember that this means that the moral is that which is in accordance with reality, and the evil is that which attempts to go against the facts of reality. Within man's consciousness, the issue of good and evil consists of a single choice, the only basic choice open to man, to think or not to think, to perceive reality or to evade the responsibility of perceiving it. To quote Galt, quote, "Thinking is man's only basic virtue from which all the others proceed, and his basic vice, the source of all his evils, is that nameless act which all of you practice but struggle never to admit, the act of blanking out, the willful suspension of one's consciousness, the refusal to think, not blindness but the refusal to see, not ignorance but the refusal to know. It is the act of unfocusing your mind and inducing an inner fog to escape the responsibility of judgment, on the unstated premise that a thing will not exist if only you refuse to identify it, that A will not be A so long as you do not pronounce the verdict, it is. Non-thinking is an act of annihilation, a wish to negate existence, an attempt to wipe out reality. But existence exists. Reality is not to be wiped out. It will merely wipe out the wiper." Close quote. All the evils which you see around you, the bewildering contradictions in people's behavior, the dishonesties, the acts of cruelty, of destruction, of expropriation, of torture, of murder, proceed from and are made possible only by the evasions and blankouts of the guilty parties, by their willful suspension of their minds, their blind surrender to blind emotions, their rejection of reason and existence. Evil is self-made blindness. In order to make oneself evil, one has first to make oneself stupid. All the values required for man's survival have to be achieved by virtues. Food, shelter, clothing, happiness, and self-esteem all necessitate positive actions that man must perform. First, the action of thinking, then the action of translating one's thought into physical form. Virtue does not consist of a negation. It does not consist of passivity or resignation or renunciation or self-sacrifice. It consists of positive action, of self-assertion, of achievement. It is evil, not virtue, that is a negation. Evil is non-thought, non-reason, non-reality, non-effort, non-achievement, non-life. And the result of evil in reality is not creation but destruction, not happiness but suffering, not self-fulfillment but self-defeat. Man cannot grow food by refusing to think. He cannot build a bridge by refusing to think. He cannot develop a new industry by refusing to think. He cannot cure diseases by refusing to think. He cannot achieve the conviction that he is competent and worthy to live by refusing to think. What can man achieve by refusing to think? Concentration camps and insane asylums. The error made by many people is the belief that any rebellion against the traditional mystical altruist morality is automatically and necessarily practical. This is palpably false. Ascetic submission and blind surrender to faith in the will of God is not practical, but neither is hedonistic whim-worshipping. Self-sacrifice is not practical, but neither is the sacrifice of others. Lying on a bed of nails and being fed by the charity of others is not practical, but neither is robbery and murder. Masochism is not practical, but neither is sadism. By what standard are all these things declared to be impractical? By the standard of life and happiness. In the deepest and most metaphysical sense, virtue means efficacy, evil means impotence. By the standard of life and that which life requires, the mystic who spends his time in a self-induced trance, the criminal and the dictator are all equally impotent, all equally ineffectual, all equally incompetent to live. In judging the issue of efficacy and impotence, do not make the error of equating the power to create with the power to destroy. It is not by means of destruction that man achieves his survival. Would you wish to claim that a surgeon who saves a life and a homicidal maniac who takes a life are equally potent and efficacious? Would you wish to claim that a scientist who invents a serum to protect man against disease and a barbarian who slaughters a whole village are equally competent to deal with reality? Would you equate the power of an artist who paints a great canvas with the power of some hysterically envious rival who sets fire to it? Would you equate the efficacy of a businessman who creates a fortune with the efficacy of some hoodlum who robs him? You can hold these men as equally potent only on the premise that there is no significant difference between life and death. If it makes no difference whether a man lives or dies, then it is true that the creator and the killer are equally competent, except that without the standard of life, concepts such as competent, efficacious, and potent no longer have any intelligible meaning. Observe that man does not have to work hard, to struggle, and to exert the effort of thought in order to achieve the state of impotence. He has merely to abstain from thinking. Impotence is not an achievement. It is the absence of an achievement. But efficacy is an achievement. It is the reward and the result of thinking. Man is not born efficacious. He is born only with potentialities that he must choose to actualize. To make himself competent to live is man's basic moral responsibility. Man must choose to think and to discover the values proper to him. The alternative to the mystic's doctrine of original sin is not a doctrine of original virtue. The alternative to the belief that man is born evil is not the belief that man is born good. Yet this is the explicit or implicit assumption of many people. They do not believe that virtue represents a positive achievement. They believe it is inherent in man's nature and that it is maintained merely by abstaining from vice. And thus they make virtue passive and vice active. But precisely the reverse is true. It is virtue that is active and vice that is passive. It is virtue that is a positive and vice that is a negative. It is virtue that is the result of effort and vice that results from non-effort. Many people make this error without identifying it consciously, without holding it as a conviction in words, but holding it only as the unstated implication of their premises. Let me give you an example. A man might open the newspaper and see the bright smiling face of an attractive, intelligent child. He then reads that the child in the picture has been wantonly beaten and murdered by some kidnapper who, it was discovered, had no intention of ever returning the child, even if he obtained the ransom. Now, to feel strong moral indignation at such a story is surely normal and rational. But suppose the man reading the story feels more than that. He feels, let's say, a literal metaphysical horror, bordering almost on personal fear. A horror is at the sight not merely of the depraved, but of the metaphysically impossible and inconceivable. He feels, in effect, how could the kidnapper be so unutterable a monster as to turn against and destroy the life of an innocent child? Implicit in his feeling is the belief that, fully as much as himself, the kidnapper clearly perceived the value of a child's life, and yet chose, for no real reason whatever, to destroy that life. This, if it were literally true, would be psychologically and metaphysically incomprehensible and inconceivable. But such is not the actual nature of the kidnapper's evil. He is fully as much a monster as the man believes, but for a different reason. The kidnapper's evil is not that, having achieved the full understanding of the value of a human life, he still chose to commit a wanton murder, but that he never chose to the level of understanding the value of a human life. He arrested his thinking on so primitively savage a level that human life had no meaning to him one way or the other. To appreciate the value of human life is a moral achievement that kidnapper never chose to reach. That is his evil. This does not mean that the kidnapper would have no consciousness that he was doing wrong. He would have a chronic consciousness of doing wrong. But he would not perceive the nature and meaning of his evil with the clarity of the man reading the newspaper. If he saw the issue as that man saw it, he would not have committed the murder, and his depravity is that he didn't see it. What made the kidnapper's evil possible? The thinking he failed to do. To give you another example, I know that some of you have been hurt, bewildered, and shocked when, giving friends of yours the Fountainhead or Atlas Shrugged to read, you saw your friends turn against and denounce the books after they had read them. You felt, in effect, that the values of the books were so self-evident, so inescapably clear, that no human mind could possibly fail to perceive, understand, and appreciate them. Now, if your friends did fully perceive and understand what is in the Fountainhead and Atlas Shrugged, and still were antagonistic, that would indeed be psychologically bewildering and in fact incomprehensible. But that is not what happened. It is not that they knew fully what was in the books, but chose to turn against it. Their guilt is that they did not choose to know what was in the books. That they threw their minds out of focus the first time they came across something that clashed with their neurotic values. That in reading the books, they were engaged not in the process of perception, but in the process of distortion, with their emotions doing the distorting and directing their judgment. Their guilt is not that they know who is John Galt but turned against him, but that they never achieved the state of knowing who is John Galt. What made their evil possible? The thinking they failed to do. If you feel admiration for Atlas Shrugged, this is a moral achievement. You were not born possessing the premises necessary to experience such admiration. If you possess those premises now, then that is the result of the thinking you have chosen to do. Every value of man, every rational premise, and every piece of knowledge has to be achieved. Virtue is not original, it is originated. Vice is the absence of virtue. Virtue is not the absence of vice. Death is the absence of life. Life is not the absence of death. Now then, if evil is impotent, if by its nature it can have no power, the question which logically arises is this: how has it been possible for evil to win the victories it has won? Granted that all the irrational can achieve is destruction, what has enabled it to achieve even that on such a wide scale? The answer, ladies and gentlemen, is this: Evil, left to its own devices, is powerless. But evil has not been left to its own devices. It has been able to survive by harnessing and placing the power of the good in its service. If, for instance, a man who was totally irrational was left completely alone, he would perish. If he did not choose to think, to perceive reality, and to act in accordance with the facts of reality, if he did not choose to work and produce, he would quickly cease to clatter up the universe with his presence. There is only one way in which such a man could survive while remaining irrational. If he could somehow persuade an at least partially rational man to support him, to carry him on his energy, if he could somehow devise a means to drain the power of reason. But in such case, observe that it is still reason that the irrationalist needs in order to remain alive. It is still the efficacy of reason that the irrationalist has to count on and ride on. It is still only reason that permits men to exist. The simplest illustration of this principle would be a mooching parasite who gets a productive man to feed him by persuading the productive man that it is his moral duty to do so. The whole purpose of altruism and the creed of self-sacrifice is to gain precisely this end, to harness the power of the good and to place it at the disposal of the evil. But altruism is only one of the means, though certainly a major one, by which evil is enabled to feed off the blood of virtue. There are others which I shall discuss. One of the most graphic pictures of the inherent impotence of evil and of the way in which it requires the power of the good is presented in The Fountainhead through the relationships of Ellsworth Toohey, Gail Wynand, and Howard Rourke. A man such as Toohey could never, alone and unaided, be any sort of threat to Rourke. Toohey would not be able to create a newspaper through which to broadcast his ideas to millions of readers. It was Wynand who gave Toohey his voice. It was Wynand's energy and genius that was needed to create the newspaper chain, by means of which Toohey was enabled to attack Rourke. Wynand was a man of mixed premises. He was a man with tremendous virtues, but also with disastrous flaws, flaws that permitted him to do what a Rourke would never do: give Toohey a job and allow him to write the kind of collectivist column he wrote. Because of Wynand's errors, Toohey was able to ride on Wynand's paper, to ride on Wynand's ability, and to make it the means of Wynand's own destruction. At the climax of the novel, when Wynand reads the denunciation of Rourke in his own newspaper, The Banner, it is the realization of who made it possible that spiritually finishes Wynand. He thinks, quote, "There is a beast on earth, damned safely by its own impotence. I broke the dam. They would have remained helpless, and they can produce nothing. I gave them the weapon. I gave them my strength, my energy, my living power. I created a great voice and let them dictate the words." Close quote. When Wynand closes The Banner and fires Toohey, Toohey is left to start his struggle for power all over again. What is the first thing he does when he gets a job on another newspaper? He begins to inquire about the possible weaknesses and flaws of his new employer. If that employer did not have certain virtues, there would be no newspaper for Toohey to get a job on. If he did not have certain flaws, there would be no job offered to Toohey and no way by which Toohey could ride on his virtues. Just as evil is efficacious in human relationships only to the extent that it can place the power of virtue in its service, so the same principle obtains within the soul of a single man. Consider the case of Dr. Robert Stadler and Atlas Shrugged. If Dr. Stadler did not have certain enormous virtues, if he was not a man of great scientific achievement, he would not have acquired the prestige necessary to influence the country to establish a state science institute. Stadler's evil was that he wanted a state science institute, that is, a laboratory paid for by loot. But the evil in him was able to obtain its desires only by means of the good in him, only by means of his tremendous prestige, which came from the greatness of his mind. If Stadler had been totally without virtues, if he had never chosen to think at all, if he were an undistinguished mediocrity, he would be helpless and unable to gain his irrational ends, unless he found a way to exploit the virtues of some other men as the looters exploited his virtue. Men such as Wesley Mouch and Floyd Ferris would not be able to create a Project X. They needed the scientific discoveries of a Stadler. Their power came from his genius. What made it possible for them to use him? Stadler's very own flaws. Omitting the help Soviet Russia gets from the outside world, if in Russia today there are any scientists of authentic ability, men who are willing to work under the conditions of slavery, to think, to produce, and to blank out the question of what end their work is serving, it is they who make the continued existence of Soviet Russia possible. The man of ability who is willing to work but is indifferent to questions of morality, indifferent to the question of what his work is supporting, indifferent to such vulgarly practical issues as firing squads, slave labor camps, and torture chambers, that man is the ideal slave for every dictator, and such a man of ability is the guiltiest man on earth. Left to his own devices, a Khrushchev couldn't even spell cyclotron, let alone create one. It is the man of mixed premises, the man who is part good, part evil, who is most responsible for any victories that evil wins and any harm done to the good. Consider the case of a businessman who is authentically competent, who has earned his fortune, but who is also a liberal, who feels guilty about making money and contributes to the support of collectivist causes. To the extent to which those causes succeed, to the extent to which they have an influence, they have achieved it by means of the fuel of virtue. Observe how the same principle works on the personal level. If someone you love turns irrational and thereby causes you pain, identify what gave him the power to cause you that pain. If you had not seen some sort of value in him, if you had not seen something which you considered good, you would be indifferent to his character one way or the other. If his flaws hurt you, it was his virtues that made it possible. A man who was totally and unequivocally evil would not be able to deceive you. You would not reach the stage of feeling love or affection for him, and so would not be vulnerable to shock and disappointment. Do you hear it said that not everyone is black and white? Well, that is true, and it is the people who are gray who cause most of the suffering in the world. There is another form, perhaps the most tragic one, of the manner in which the good supports the evil and makes the success of evil possible. These are the countless situations where men of virtue help evil, not because of their own evasions, weaknesses, or flaws, but because of their own virtues, because of their own innocence, honesty, generosity, endurance, and sense of justice. Innocence is the key virtue in such cases, the virtue most viciously exploited. Men who are fundamentally rational are unable to conceive of the kind of motives that prompt the irrational. They do not understand the nature of evil and do not know how to identify its symptoms. Their own honesty makes them regard the wrong actions of others as mere errors of knowledge. Their generosity makes them feel benevolence toward others and reluctant to suspect the worst. Their endurance makes them willing to bear a good deal of undeserved pain on the assumption that those who caused it didn't do it intentionally. Their own sense of justice makes them unable to condemn others without understanding, and leads them to give others too much benefit of the doubt for too long. This is the error which Ayn Rand calls the sanction of the victim. The sanction of the victim means the willingness to let one's own virtues be used by others against oneself. It means the willingness to bear injustice, to take actions which help others against one's own rational self-interest, and to concede moral validity to the claims of one's own destroyers. Hank Rearden in Atlas Shrugged is an archetypical example of the man who makes this error. The suffering he endured through the years of his marriage to Lillian was not caused by the power of Lillian's evil, but by his own mistaken sanction of her evil. She had no power at all, except the power of his own virtues, which he was letting her use against him. Her only weapons were his virtues, his sense of justice, which made him unwilling to condemn her so long as he could not understand her motives, his sense of honor, which made him unwilling to break his word to divorce her so long as he had no proof of her guilt, his scrupulous conscientiousness, which made him take the blame for any pain he might have caused her, while allowing her to inflict an enormous amount of suffering on him, his generosity, which made him unwilling to hurt her and let her torture him by means of nothing but his own compassion for her, his self-esteem, which made him unable to conceive that any human being could sink to her degree of depravity. Once he understood her character and withdrew his sanction, he destroyed her weapons. She had no power to hold him or to harm him any longer. The injustice he was willing to tolerate on the part of his mother and his brother was made possible by the same air and the same generosity, by his recognition of their helplessness and their total dependence upon him, by his unwillingness to hurt them, by his consideration for their feelings while they showed none for him, and by his inability to conceive of their kind of malice. His relationship to the society around him, and particularly to the looters, the collectivist intellectuals, the bureaucrats, the economic planners, followed the same pattern. He was unable at first to understand their motives and their nature. He felt contempt for the vicious irrationality of their ideas, but he thought that he was dealing with nothing worse than a gang of fools who merely wanted to seize some part of his wealth. He regarded them as mere criminals motivated by material greed for the unearned, which incidentally is an error shared by many people today about the real nature of collectivism. What was the looters' power over him? It was not the power of their guns. Their guns could kill him, but they could not force him to think, to work, to produce. And what the looters wanted was not to kill him, but to enslave him, to make him work for their benefit and supply them with the wealth they needed for their own survival. He was not motivated by fear, nor by any desire to appease them. What then made him accept their injustices, impositions, regulations, and expropriations and continue to work? Nothing but the power of his own virtues. His love of life, his creative ambition, his endurance, his refusal to surrender to pain or to give up in the face of obstacles, his determination to work a little harder as the answer to every disaster, and his confidence that the right would win, that reason is invincible, and that irrationality is self-defeating. This last was true, of course, but what he had to learn was that reason cannot and must not be placed in the service of irrationality, that his enemies were destroying him by means of his own power. When he grasped it and withdrew his power, when he went on strike, the enormous machine of the collectivist government, with all of its guns, thugs, and directives, lost all of its power over him. It could not hold him or make him work. Now, observe that the crucial cause in any instance of the sanction of the victim is the absence of moral objectivity, which is caused by the absence of an objective moral code. Reardon, as well as all the other men whom Galt called out on the strike, had been acting implicitly on a moral code of their own, the code of life, but they did not know it explicitly, they did not know how profound a moral issue it represented, and they were unable to prove the objective validity of their code. They were in effect forced into the position of subjectivists. Reardon knew that his code, his values, and his actions were right for him, but he could not prove that they were objectively right for everyone, and so long as he could not prove it, he remained morally disarmed and defenseless. This made him give the benefit of the doubt to Lillian, to his family, to the society around him, even though he saw them committing actions which he would never permit himself, actions which by his code were contemptible and evil. When men do not have an objective moral code, a code that can be rationally defined, proved, understood, and applied, the result in all social relationships works to the detriment of the good and to the advantage of the evil. An honest, rational man will struggle to be just to others with no standard by which to determine what is just. And this leaves the door wide open for every miserable little whim worshipper, every sniveling faker of reality, every posturing evader who will be only too glad to rush forward with his claims to the unearned and undeserved without caring about any question of justice. A man of self-esteem would never want to take advantage of others, neither in spiritual nor in material issues, because he would not want to sink to the level of a parasite who takes the unearned in any form. When in doubt, he would accept a burden rather than switch it to others. This suits perfectly the interests of those men who do not possess self-esteem and are not concerned with their own moral purity, the evaders, the moochers, the parasites. The morality of altruism, of self-sacrifice, is an institutionalized sanction of the victim. No one can ever accept it fully or practice it. But the extent to which a conscientious man might attempt to practice it, at least in part, he becomes the victim who sanctions the evil of his own destroyers, of those who do not mind accepting the sacrifices of others. What altruism has actually accomplished is a state of moral agnosticism in human relationships, so that the best among men act on private, unidentified common sense morality of their own, and are helpless against the evil of the worst among men. If you wish to avoid the trap and the errors of the sanction of the victim, you must learn to pronounce objective moral judgments. You must learn to distinguish in any given situation whether the fault is yours or whether others are taking advantage of you unjustly. This is not always easy to determine, particularly in complex issues and relationships, but justice is the standard which you must learn to apply if you want to arrive at the proper moral estimate. There are two principles to remember in such cases, two characteristics involved in all instances of the sanction of the victim. First, avoid granting anyone any double standard at your own expense. The immorality of using a double standard for your own advantage is generally recognized, as, for instance, permitting yourself the kind of evil actions that you condemn in others. But this is a flaw practiced by men who are fundamentally immoral. What is not generally recognized is the same flaw practiced in reverse and for nobler motives by men who are moral, the mistake of tolerating in others the kind of evils that you would condemn in yourself. Whenever you are able to say about some immoral action, with full rational knowledge of your reasons, I would not permit myself to do this, do not accept, tolerate, forgive, or sanction it when it is done by others. Second, a characteristic attribute of all the situations that involve the sanction of the victim is the fact that you are made to suffer by means of your virtues, not by means of your flaws. If you are made to suffer because of your flaws, if you are blamed, denounced, punished, or hurt because of your own actions, which you know to be evil, this is merely justice, and a rational person will accept it as justice and will work to correct his flaws. But if you find yourself in the situation where the source of your pain is your virtues, where your honesty or fairness or compassion or consideration for others cause you suffering, a suffering you would avoid if you were dishonest, unfair, cruel, or inconsiderate, why then look out. Look for the person who is taking advantage of your virtues and using them against you, and do not hesitate to withdraw your sanction when you discover the culprit. This does not mean that you have to abandon your virtues and become dishonest, unfair, or cruel. It means that you must not allow such vices to others. It means that you have to be just. The simplest example would be a situation which unfortunately occurs too often. If your mother demands that you make a sacrifice for her sake, that you give up the career you want or the girl you love because it makes her unhappy, she is counting on the sanction of the victim. She is counting on your love for her or your consideration to make you suffer. She is using your love for her as a weapon to cause you unhappiness, an unhappiness you would escape if you were indifferent to her. In such a case, you must point out to her the injustice of her policy and refuse to comply. This does not make you cruel and inconsiderate. It merely forbids her to be cruel and inconsiderate. The instances and examples of the sanction of the victim in human relationships are literally countless and involve the whole range of possibilities from the trivial to the most crucial, from petty chiseling to major depravity. For instance, the worthless relative who is always in trouble and keeps running to you for help to save him from the consequences of his actions. He keeps borrowing from you because he has no food in the house or is about to be evicted by his landlord or needs a new suit to look for a job or has no car fare to go home, etc., etc. With a grossly stubbornly blind indifference to the question of your needs, your problems, or the hardships which this constant financial drain imposes on you. What is he counting on? Your concern for him and your pity. The extreme of such counting on pity occurs when you finally refuse to help the bum any further, and he then proceeds to forge your signature on the check or to charge purchases to your charge account, feeling certain that you would not prosecute him, that you would not want to get him in trouble or send him to jail, giving no thought whatever to the trouble his action will leave you in. Any parent or relative who sanctions this sort of procedure deserves the kind of consequences that he gets. Another example is a sort of pest whom most of you have encountered at one time or another, the man who comes to visit you in the afternoon and stays on, showing no sign or intention to leave, knowing that you will ultimately have to invite him to stay for dinner. What is he counting on? Well, he's obviously counting on your politeness, on your consideration for his feelings, which will make you put up with an imposition rather than embarrass him by asking him to leave. The same sort of victimizing is perpetrated by any friends or acquaintances who drop in on you uninvited and unannounced and bore you with pointless jabber, counting on your politeness to prevent you from telling them that you have other things to do. Then there is the man who will always ignore the check when you go to a restaurant together and will always leave you to pay it. What is he counting on? On the fact that a man of self-esteem will feel reluctance to be petty and will not raise the issue. The same abusive magnanimity is committed by the girl who asks her escort to take her to the most expensive place in town while knowing that he can't afford it. Or by the man who, in an office, impresses the boss by quoting as his own some idea which he learned from you, counting on you to be too big to make a fuss over it. Then there is the poor relative whom you are supporting, or the inefficient employee whom you are tolerating, who goes out of his way to assert his independence by being offensive, insulting, or impertinent toward you, knowing that you will not reciprocate. He is counting on the consideration which strength will usually show for weakness. He is counting on you to put up with abuse precisely because you hold him in your power and will generously refrain from reminding him of it. The attitude of Philip toward Hank Rearden is an illustration of this. A more complex form of victimizing is committed by the kind of people who quarrel with you and make no effort to resolve the quarrel, yet expect the relationship to continue. They are counting on a rational man's desire not to leave disagreements unsolved, and they will pout or sulk or evade while you are struggling conscientiously to understand the situation, to identify it, to bring the relationship into some form of rational order. Any person who, in any situation, business or personal, pulls the line, "Don't you trust me," is making a double use of the sanction of the victim. This line is always used in situations where the victim wants objective proof and is asked to substitute trust for objectivity. In business relationships, it comes up in such terms as, "We don't need a written agreement, don't you trust me?" Or, "You don't have to read this long document, just sign it, don't you trust me?" Or, "Oh, I know that this clause in our proposed contract gives me the power to act without consulting you, but I'd never do that, so sign it. Don't you trust me?" In personal relationships, it comes up when you question the puzzling or contradictory actions of a wife, a husband, or a friend, who, instead of offering you an explanation, acts offended at your suspiciousness and lack of trust. The double victimizing involved is as follows. First, the desire for objectivity is not the equivalent of mistrust, and the victimizer is putting you on the spot, counting on your reluctance to imply that you consider him dishonest. Second, any man who demands trust is either consciously planning to cheat you or is the type of man who wants to reserve for himself that possibility just in case, because he dislikes the restrictions of an absolute commitment and prefers the freedom of dealing with undefined elastic situations. As practical advice, I suggest that you must never sanction demands of this kind. The proper answer to give is simply that it is not an issue of mistrust, but a matter of principle and objectivity. We have been discussing some of the examples of the sanction of the victim that one encounters in one's daily private life. Now observe the same issue and the same principle of victimizing as it works on a wider social and political scale. The essence of the policy of any dictatorship consists of counting on the sanction of its victims, and it is only the virtue of its victims that makes it possible for a dictatorship to survive. A statist collectivist society of any kind, whether communist or Nazi, represents, I quote from Atlas Shrugged, quote, "millions of men being held in bondage by means of their desire to live, by means of their energy drained in forced labor, by means of their ability to feed their masters, by means of the hostage system, of their love for their children or wives or friends, by means of love, ability, and pleasure as the fodder for threats and the bait for extortion, with love tied to fear, ability to punishment, ambition to confiscation, with blackmail as law, with escape from pain, not quest for pleasure, as the only incentive to effort and the only reward for achievement. Men held enslaved by means of whatever living power they possessed and of whatever joy they found in life." Close quote. What makes so enormous an evil possible? The sanction of those who live under a dictatorship and the less innocent sanction of those outside who either regard it as a noble experiment and a moral ideal, or who give it the benefit of the doubt. The majority of people living under a dictatorship do not consider it an ideal, but neither do they identify it as the kind of evil it is. Most of them sanction it by trying to make terms with it instead of realizing its nature and adopting an attitude of unbending, uncompromising, total, absolute condemnation. A moral condemnation which, even without any chance at physical rebellion, would destroy any dictatorship. The far greater guilt, of course, is the guilt of those outside, of any liberal who advocates cultural exchange with a dictatorship, of any businessman who advocates trade with a dictatorship, of any politician who advocates deals, treaties, and compromises. Some of these people may be merely fools, some are much worse, but the real sanction of the victim is given by the enormous majority of people in the world who sanction those compromisers and thus lend them moral respectability. To understand this clearly, project what would happen in the criminal underworld if the so-called best people of America, the cultural leaders, the professors, the writers, the socialites, the businessmen, the judges, began to invite avowed kidnappers and gangsters to their homes and to treat them as moral equals who have a mere difference of opinion about one's way of making a living. How long would our society remain civilized or be able to maintain even a semblance of the civilized? If you see the point, you understand the way in which it is not the intrinsic power of evil, but the sanction of the victims that makes evil possible on a global scale. To the extent to which the mixed economy shares some of the principles of a dictatorship, the same evils and the same errors can be observed within it. What is the attitude of the American businessmen toward the liberals but an enormous sanction of the victim? There may be individual exceptions which are heard in public less and less frequently, but the majority of businessmen, by conviction or by default, keep apologizing for their virtues, for their achievements, for their profits, and promising to assume more social responsibility, while the liberals keep piling demands, reproaches, insults, and controls upon them. What is a major source of collectivist propaganda today and the funds for fostering such propaganda? The educational foundations established and endowed by such industrial giants of capitalism as Henry Ford, Andrew Carnegie, Rockefeller, Sloan, and many, many others. It is not the power of evil, of collectivism, that created these foundations, but the power of the good, the misguided, misinformed power of productive men, none of whom was a collectivist, but who created the means for the destruction of everything they valued. If you want proof on a grand scale of the manner in which the triumph of evil is made possible only by the help of the good, observe the political relationship between the so-called free world and Soviet Russia, particularly since World War II. All the successes of Soviet Russia in the so-called Cold War were caused, not by any diabolical cleverness on the part of Russia, but by the compromises, surrenders, and cooperation of the free countries, by their lack of moral and intellectual certainty, by their acceptance of the base of collectivist premises, by their weak, irrational, uncertain, vacillating policy, a policy devoid of any purpose, meaning, or moral integrity. Did Russia produce the $11 billion worth of supplies she received during World War II? No, it was handed over to her by the United States. Did Russia defeat Nazi Germany? No, she was being beaten shamefully and retreating as fast as her troops could move until American supplies arrived to help her. Did Russia conquer Berlin? No, American troops deliberately held back in order to let the Russians enter. Who created the preposterous situation of a divided Berlin and of the so-called corridor? Who created a divided Korea and then forbade its soldiers to fight to victory in the ensuing war? Who is draining its own economy to give economic assistance to such defenders of freedom as Tito, Nehru, Castro, and to such strongholds of liberty as communist Poland? Who is pleading with the small countries of the world to form a common front against communism and sanctioning communism by joining Russia in the United Nations, allegedly an institution dedicated to the protection of the world against aggression, which then proceeds to sanction every act of aggression by Russia, every outrage against small countries in the last 15 years? Who achieved all that? The power of Soviet Russia? Communism, like every other evil, is winning by default. It is winning like disease germs that are powerless against a healthy body, but rush in to take over when the healthy, that is, the good, have broken down their own resistance. In large-scale social issues, as well as in private lives, the decisive factor is the moral code of those involved. Whoever sets the moral terms of a society sets its course. When the prevalent morality is on the side of evil, such as the morality of altruism, or when the prevalent state is a moral vacuum, such as the public mood of today, then evil wins, but only by means of the sanction of its victims. It is this sanction that irrational morality must teach men to withdraw. An important corollary to this issue is the question of forgiveness. An indiscriminate, overgenerous granting of forgiveness is one of the ways in which victims help their own destroyers and foster the victory of evil. The altruist morality teaches men to regard forgiveness, the forgiveness of anything, of any crime, of any evil, of any atrocity, as a primary virtue, a virtue in itself regardless of the consequences and out of context. This is the meaning of the admonition to turn the other cheek. I discussed in my lecture on justice the consequences of mercy and the manner in which mercy leads to the sacrifice of the good to the evil. Mercy is the granting of an undeserved forgiveness, and any form of undeserved forgiveness will lead to the same results. An undeserved forgiveness means that you save a person from the consequences of his evil action. But since the consequences are objective facts, and since you cannot wipe facts out of existence by means of your wish or your kindness, the only way you can save a person from the consequences of his evil is by switching these consequences to yourself or to some other innocent person. For instance, if you pay the bills of a parasitical mooching relative, it is you who then absorb the consequences of his irrationality. If an irresponsible friend asks you to give him a good reference for a job and you do so, you are switching the consequences of his irrationality to the employer. The employer takes your word and hires an inefficient and unreliable employee who will cause him troubles and losses. Since all evil in essence consists of evading or defying the facts of reality, reality would teach a man very rapidly that evil is impractical, and men would learn it or they would perish if you and other victims were not there to forgive them, to absorb their punishment, and thus let them try to get away with greater and still greater evils. If you do this, then don't stare at the world and moan that evil seems to be all-powerful. Don't ask where the power of evil comes from. Ladies and gentlemen, it comes from you. The forgiveness of evil declares to the evildoer that he can defy reality with impunity and that someone will make it possible for him. That is all the encouragement he needs. An evildoer is a man who is fighting against the restrictions which a rational universe places on his whims. Your forgiveness grants him his dream, an irrational universe. This is the metaphysical implication of any help one grants to evil by any form of undeserved forgiveness, and these will always be the inexorable consequences, whether on a large public scale or on a modest scale of the most obscure private life. It is the countless private forgivenesses that unleash evil in the world. To paraphrase a very important line of Galt's, it is of such private forgivenesses that the power of evil is made. But the alternative to promiscuous forgiveness is not the policy of holding grudges. When, then, is it proper to forgive an evil action? Why, when that forgiveness is deserved. Since man's moral character is the product of his free will, a man is always free to correct his evil premises. He is not bound for life to his vices, and he is not to be damned for them forever if he succeeds in correcting them, unless he has committed such monstrous crimes that no atonement and no forgiveness is possible, which would be the case of a dictator or a murderer. To deserve forgiveness, a man must atone for his evil in fact and in action, not merely in a verbal declaration of repentance. He must grasp the evil premise that caused his actions, and he must reject it fully and consciously with a full intellectual understanding, not merely by emotional protestations. He must undo and correct the existential consequences of his evil actions to the extent to which it is still possible, and he must give you proof of his change, of his better premises, in the same terms in which his evil was committed. Only then is it proper and just to forgive him. For instance, if a man has defrauded you of money, he must repay that money and give you the evidence of many honest, honorable actions before you would be justified in concluding that he is now honest, and then forgive the past. If a husband has been unfaithful, he must give you objective evidence of his love for you and a long period of fidelity before you would be justified in forgiving him. If a man had been a communist, he must offer a long record of fighting for capitalism before he is given a job on the conservative magazine or in the State Department. In order to be just, one must always remember the difference between errors of knowledge and breaches of morality. Errors of knowledge are not a moral flaw and cannot be held against a man, since man is not omniscient. Such errors become moral flaws only if and when a man refuses to correct them. Breaches of morality are the willful, volitional choice of an action which one knows to be evil. Honest errors of knowledge must be given every benefit of the doubt and every possible allowance. But a breach of morality must not be forgiven, nor accepted, nor sanctioned in any manner. Many moral issues are extremely complex, and it is not always easy to determine the man's moral guilt. But I can suggest to you one absolute, one kind of action which is unmistakably, unquestionably, and totally evil, and which you must never tolerate, accept, or forgive without correction, and that is any rejection of reason, any avowed refusal to be rational, any refusal to think, any open, explicit policy of slamming one's mental door on a rational argument and declaring one's intention to defy reason. If you accept that and continue any sort of friendly relationship with such a person, you are an accessory after the fact, and you'll deserve what you'll get. From two different aspects, ladies and gentlemen, most people overestimate evil and underestimate it. They overestimate it in the sense of believing that it is powerful and practical. They underestimate it in the sense of not grasping its real nature, not grasping how evil really is. That, too, is a result of the altruist morality. So long as people associate evil with the enjoyment of life, with self-assertive confidence, with pride, strength, daring, and luxury, so long as they hold the concept of the charming rogue, the villain of countless novels and movies, who is so much more attractive and colorful than the boring, conventionally virtuous hero, so long as their symbol of evil is Lucifer, the most handsome of angels, who fell for no greater sin than arrogance, a quality which is far from being necessarily undesirable, so long as they hold such views, people will not rebel against evil. They will not feel the kind of total loathing which evil deserves. More, that glamour view of evil serves as a psychological screen of rationalization for those who permit themselves immoral actions. Emotionally and wordlessly, without any conscious philosophical identification, a man knows that he is immoral whenever he commits any actual immorality, because every actual immorality involves evasion, and evasion always leads to a sense of guilt. But the glamour view of evil helps an evader to evade his guilt. If he tells himself, "I'm bad," and the estimate invokes an image of Lucifer or Napoleon, or at worst Humphrey Bogart, his pseudo-self-esteem might get a boost instead of the self-loathing he had dimly begun to feel, and will save him from any further, more honest identification. How many men would take their own moral self-doubt lightly? How many would be willing to live with it if they realized fully that the image of evil is not Lucifer, but James Taggart? Only even James Taggart is too clean to stylize a version of it. Actual, realistic evil is a sluggish, blind, empty, malicious impotence, not to be feared or hated, but despised. A soul in the image of a combination cockroach, snail, and rat cannot inspire fear, only contempt and loathing. Now, you might ask, but what is one to do if the majority of people hold irrational ideas? What does one do in an irrational society? The answer is A, do not accept their values, and B, do not permit yourself moral neutrality. This last is the particular form in which most people sanction evil and permit it to triumph. Most people are not evil, but neither are they moral originators willing and able to create and uphold their own values. They accept the given by default. Do not help maintain their malevolent illusion that only evil is practical or possible on earth by giving it the sanction of your silence and your neutrality. If you are afraid to speak, if you remain neutral, you betray those who are not evil and who are struggling to create the kind of world you would like to see. That world will not be created for you by others, nor will you be fit for it if you deserted the battle. Moral neutrality is treason to those who are heroes. The only person who can profit from moral neutrality is the villain. In Dante's Divine Comedy, the lowest rung in hell is reserved, and rightly, for those who in times of moral crisis remain neutral. If you live in an irrational society as we do today, you cannot expect to be as happy as you would be in Atlantis. It is not within any individual's power to change the state of a whole society overnight. What he must be concerned with is only that which is within his power, namely his own values, actions, and choices. No matter what the state of the world around you, you will achieve the maximum of the happiness and success which it is objectively possible to achieve, only if you live your life by a rational code of values. There is no other alternative. If you know that your fellow men are blindly, irrationally rushing toward self-destruction, that is not the time to decide to join them. That is not the time to say, "What can I do alone? I'd better follow their lead and jump off the cliff too." And now, finally, one last very important point. Just as evil has no power but that which it extorts from virtue, so the world is perishing today not from the presence of the bad, but from the absence of the good. From the widest political issues to the most personally private issues, the same principle obtains. The world is disintegrating not because of the presence of collectivists, but because of the absence of individualists. Not because of the presence of scoundrels, but because of the absence of heroes. Not because of the presence of stupidity, but because of the absence of intelligence. Not because of the presence of the Wesley Mouches, but because of the absence of the John Galts. If there are no men of reason, intelligence, and integrity in the world, the mere elimination of a Mouch or a Khrushchev will not create freedom and prosperity. If there are men of reason, intelligence, and integrity in the world, men who will fight for their values, the Mouches and Khrushchevs will fall of their own weight. The mere removal from office of a Roosevelt, a Truman, an Eisenhower, or a Kennedy would not be sufficient to return America to a free society, if there is no George Washington or Judge Narragansett to take their place. One does not create a positive merely by negating a negation. A positive has to be achieved by a positive. Suppose that you have written a great play, but no one is willing to produce it. Now you might feel that what stands in the way of your success are the producers who rejected your play. But identify the actual nature of your problem. It is not the presence of those bad producers, but the absence of one good one. Not the presence of men who can see, but the absence of a man who can see. If you find a producer with the intelligence and integrity to appreciate your play, the others do not matter. It is as though they did not exist. But if there is no good producer, the elimination of the bad ones will do nothing to advance your career. On a still more personal level, suppose that you are desperately lonely because you have found no one with whom you can fall in love. You feel only boredom or indifference toward the people you know. It is not those people who stand in the way of your romantic happiness. Their removal from your life will not provide you with a wife or husband. Only the discovery of a positive value can do that. Whenever you feel that you are frustrated in your happiness by the presence of the evil rather than the absence of the good, ask yourself a single question. If that particular evil did not exist, if somehow it were eliminated, would this provide you with the values and happiness you wanted? Would eliminating your stupid friends give you an intelligent one? Would eliminating incompetence create ability? Would eliminating an employer who wouldn't give you a job provide you with employment? Evil does have the power to harm you and to stand in the way of your happiness in only one instance, when you are subjected to physical force. But you will not achieve a society of rights and freedom from coercion merely by shooting down any one particular gunman or dictator. Such a society has to be won by positive means, by establishing a rational code of ethics and a rational political system. And this is why it is so crucially important to fight for your values and not merely against evil. To those of you who have any lingering confusion about whether evil is to be feared or held in contempt, to those of you who have any doubts about its essential impotence, I should like to say that you will be free of the problem, once and for all, on the day when you fully understand and can give the answer that Rourke gives to Ellsworth Toohey, when Toohey, who has been plotting against Rourke for years, says to him, "Mr. Rourke, we're alone here. Why don't you tell me what you think of me? In any words you wish. No one will hear us." Rourke's answer is, but I don't think of you. Good night, ladies and gentlemen. Ladies and gentlemen, I know that for many of you, part of the motive that has drawn you to these lectures has been your desire to learn how to apply the philosophy of Atlas Shrugged to your own life. Some of you have described the sensation while reading Atlas of being transported into another universe, of experiencing a new perspective, a different sense of life, a different sense of what was possible. But you often complained that you were unable to keep this sense of life, that you lost it when you returned to the everyday reality of your ordinary concerns, that it became like a dream or a distant longing, or worse, was forgotten for months at a time. And you asked, why did this happen? What could one do to maintain the Atlas Shrugged sense of life? How could one keep that perspective alive, and how could one implement it so that it would be more than an abstract dream? In different ways, that is the question that I have been answering during these past 19 weeks, by giving you the intellectual foundation of the Atlas Shrugged sense of life. But there is one aspect of the problem still to be discussed, and that is contained in the title of this, the final lecture: Why Many Human Beings Repress and Drive Underground, Not the Worst Within Them, but the Best. Repression is commonly understood to mean the excluding from conscious awareness of immoral thoughts or desires, the excluding from conscious awareness of the irrational, the undesirable, the evil within one. When one thinks of repression, one usually thinks of it as pertaining to the bad, not to the good, to the blocking off or repressing of vices, not virtues, to the closing of one's mind against the worst within one, not the best. But what I shall demonstrate tonight is that many people do, in fact, repress their noblest and highest, and that this is one of the great causes of man's tragedy and suffering. The concept of repression was not originated by him, but it is, of course, Sigmund Freud who has done most to make men aware of it, because of the crucial and central role which repression plays in Freud's system. Freud conceived of repression as the mechanism by means of which man conceals from himself and drives into the underground of his unconscious the instinctual impulses and desires which are forbidden as evil by the moral beliefs of society. According to Freud's own particular mythology, this meant that man represses his inevitable desire to make love to his mother and to murder his father. That man represses his secret homosexual inclinations, which everyone allegedly shares to a greater or lesser extent. That man represses his basic impulses to torture, plunder, brutalize, and engage in cannibalistic practices. This was Freud's concept of man's deepest desires, the desires inherent in man's nature, residing in the so-called id. And while many have rejected this interpretation of man's nature, they still associate repression primarily with the repression of depravity. Freud believed that repression is a psychological necessity of mental health, that man must repress in order to avoid neurosis or psychosis. It is sometimes believed that Freudians are against repression, but this is not true. They are against unsuccessful repression, that is, repression that fails and allows forbidden thoughts, sometimes in distorted forms, entry into consciousness, thus causing guilt, fear, and a variety of neurotic disturbances. Their concept of a totally healthy individual is one who has been fully successful in repression, fully successful in concealing from himself, in burying the nature of his own deepest desires. Because Freudians believe that man's desires proceed from his instincts, not from his mind or premises, and because they believe many of those desires to be irrational and immoral, the only hope they can project for man is that he will be able to evade identifying these desires, that he will be able to satisfy them in disguised, sublimated, and socially acceptable ways, and never have to face the truth about what he really is after. Never have to know, for instance, that his love is based on a secret hate, his kindness is based on a secret fear, his ambition is based on a secret lust to destroy. Unfortunately, many psychologists who have, properly, rejected Freud's instinct theory, as well as much of his concept of what it is that man represses, have nevertheless accepted his premise that repression is psychologically necessary and desirable, that, to some extent, it is a precondition of mental health. What is repression? Repression is a subconscious activity which seeks to keep some ideas, thoughts, feelings, memories out of conscious awareness, to inactivate them, to forbid them entry into consciousness. To remind you of some points which I made about the psychology of repression in Lecture 2, in my discussion at that time of the subconscious. To repress is to establish a mental block that forbids a thought entry into consciousness and into the tool of consciousness, namely language. If in the value system a mind has formed, there is the explicit or implicit premise that that which the mind finds painful or which clashes with its self-esteem is not to be perceived. Then the subconscious, functioning as an obedient instrument, takes the order literally. No such forbidden thoughts are allowed into consciousness. Such repression, once instigated, continues to operate automatically and subconsciously. Forbidden ideas will not be verbalized, forbidden desires will not be recognized, forbidden emotions will not be identified. They will continue to exist in the subconscious and to influence behavior. A is A, facts are objective and not to be wiped out by self-made blindness, but they will be given no acknowledgement. The man whose self-esteem, for instance, in part depends on being above any feelings of envy, may thus not know that envy is what he feels for his more competent rival. He will have a dozen sensible explanations to account for his antagonism and hatred, or he will go out of his way to praise that rival. The woman whose religious beliefs forbid it may not perceive that she desires her best friend's husband. She will not know why she avoids him, nor why she is irritated by her own husband's every action. The compulsive woman chaser may literally not remember the name of the one woman who spurned him. The professional humanitarian may never allow into words the knowledge that what he feels at the sight of those who suffer and depend on him is a sense of pleasure and power. The son who sacrifices the career he wanted for the sake of his mother who opposed it may never identify that what he now feels toward her is the desire to kill. When they develop neurotic symptoms, those who repress may cry that they are the helpless victims of their malevolent subconscious. But the truth is that the subconscious does not have a will of its own. It has no secret diabolical purposes. It is a machine run by the premises it is fed. And if men feed it contradictions, evasions, and self-destroying injunctions, they pay a psychological price calculated by the most ruthlessly logical of computers. Repression is the establishment of a standing order, in effect, that certain facts, ideas, or feelings are not to be perceived or integrated. Mental health does not require of man total omniscience concerning the contents and operation of his subconscious. It does not require of man a full and total memory of every event and experience his consciousness has ever registered, nor of every association and conclusion his consciousness has ever formed. But it does require the absence on the conscious and subconscious level of any premise forbidding knowledge. It requires of man that he place no value above consciousness, no value above awareness, which means, of course, no value above reality. It requires that, as he grows older, man learn to translate into language the subverbal conclusions of his childhood and test them against reality in the light of his adult understanding. And it requires of man that, when he acts, his actions never clash with his conscious convictions. It is not in the nature of man that his subconscious should be to him what Freud has made it, namely an object of dread. But if man seeks to bury in his subconscious the reality he refuses to face, then it is not his subconscious, but reality, that becomes its own avenger. Ignorance is not bliss, not in any realm or aspect of man's life, and least of all with regard to knowledge of his own psychology. Man is fallible. He is capable of drawing mistaken conclusions and of feeling desires that proceed from irrational premises. But because man is a being of volitional consciousness, he has the possibility of correcting those premises, of revising his thinking or non-thinking, and thereby of correcting his emotions and desires. Now, in understanding this concept of repression, it is very essential to distinguish it from a process with which it is sometimes confused, namely suppression. Repression amounts to self-deception and is undesirable, but there are many instances in which suppression is fully both desirable and necessary. Suppression, in contradistinction to repression, is both conscious and directly volitional. It consists of the deliberate switching of one's focus from one line of thought or area to another. That is, to push aside some consideration because it's imperative that one look elsewhere or concern oneself with some other consideration. For instance, suppose you are having an argument with someone and find that you are growing angry. You decide to suppress the emotion. That is, you do not pretend to yourself that you are not angry. You do not repress, but you do not give vent to your anger. You do not let it consume you. You turn your mind to the task of clarifying the disagreement. You focus only on that, and you consciously and volitionally ignore what you feel in order to think more clearly and efficiently. There are obviously many instances in which suppression such as this is both desirable and necessary. Let me contrast repression with suppression in the following way. Suppose that before coming here tonight, you have a conversation with a friend who says or does something that deeply hurts you. Now suppose you had concluded in the past that a truly independent person can never be hurt by anyone. Suppose you had internally resolved never to be hurt by anyone, no matter what. You had made your invulnerability to being hurt a matter of your self-esteem. This would be a perfect formula for repression. You would not feel when you arrived here, I'm hurt, but I won't think about it now. I'll concentrate on the lecture and consider the other issue later. No, instead you would feel, hurt? No, I'm not hurt. Why should I be hurt? You may be vaguely conscious of a numb sensation in your chest, of an odd sense of disconcerting heaviness, but you will not identify its meaning or source. There will be a violent resistance against the words that would name your actual state. That state, which you do not identify, is the product of the collision of two thoughts within your subconscious. I'm hurt, and I must never be hurt. Now, if you merely suppressed your hurt instead of repressing it, you would possess a full knowledge of your actual emotional condition. You would openly acknowledge to yourself that you feel badly, but you would decide that, for the purpose of grasping the lecture, you will temporarily deflect your focus from your pain and think about it later. Now, the practical difference is this. A painful or disturbing emotional state that is admitted and identified can, if the state is unwarranted, be corrected or resolved, One can do whatever is necessary in order to deal with it. But an emotional response one does not permit oneself to experience or to face is like pressure building up to an explosion that frequently results in neurotic symptoms. As I have stated in a previous context, premises will out. They cannot be negated by self-made blindness. They can only, if repressed, leave one the more helplessly at their mercy. Unfortunately, repression is encouraged by the prevalent belief that to feel certain emotions is the irredeemable proof of one's evil. In fact, it is not a man's irrational emotions that constitute the proof of his evil, but the fact that he acts on them against the judgment of his mind. Emotions as such are involuntary. They are the automatic summation of one's premises. Man can make mistakes in his premises, and he can experience emotions which he knows to be inappropriate or irrational. His moral stature will be a function of what he then proceeds to do about them. If he struggles to understand and correct them, he is not evil, even though he may have been in the past. But if he acts on the premise that his emotions are blindly to be followed, if he abdicates his reason, that is what makes him immoral. But when, for instance, the Bible tells man that if in his heart he lusts after his neighbor's wife, that is the same as actually committing adultery with her, what can a man do if he accepts this, yet feels the desire, except frantically repress the desire and blind himself to its existence, lest he be forced to damn himself as evil? How many people indefinitely perpetuate irrational emotions of hate, fear, jealousy, and rage by repressing them, by never daring to identify what they feel, and thus cement their mistaken premises into their soul? Just as it is an error to regard one's irrational emotions as the irredeemable proof of one's evil, so it is equally an error to regard one's rational emotions as the infallible proof of one's virtue. It is true that rational emotions are the product of rational premises, which are the product of rational thinking, and can thus be taken as an indirect sign of past virtue. But if one merely contemplates one's ideals, feels love, reverence, inspiration, but never does any further thinking about those ideals or about how they are to be achieved in reality, if one does not live by them, one is not a man of virtue, one is a traitor, regardless of the nobility, in quotes, of one's feelings or aspirations. There is only one rational basis of self-esteem and only one rational standard of virtue, namely the act of thinking, the dedication of one's mind to the perception of reality, the commitment of one's consciousness to an absolute acceptance of reason. Let a man tie his self-esteem not to the act of thinking, but to the things he feels or doesn't feel. Let him take as the standard of his fitness for reality the content of his emotions, and he has opened the door to repression, to the blocking out of any emotion or desire that conflicts with his concept of what one is properly supposed to feel. It's appropriate here to remember Francisco's statement to Reardon: there are no evil thoughts except one, the refusal to think. Now, what of those who seek to repress not their vices, but their virtues? How can a man reach the state of believing that the best within him is a threat to his self-esteem, a threat to his fitness for existence? That is the question to which I shall now turn. I shall begin by asking you to think back to the earliest days of your childhood. Every child and every adult needs the conviction that he is living in an intelligible universe, that the world around him and the people in it are such that his consciousness can grasp and deal with them. Every child starts out by expecting rationality, consistency, and intelligibility from the human beings he encounters. He desires to understand and to be understood. He does not begin with the malevolent conviction that life is chaos, that nothing makes sense, that irrationality, inconsistency, and injustice are all he can hope to expect. He begins, and you began, with the assumption and expectation of a benevolent universe, by which I mean a universe in which happiness and fulfillment, not misery and frustration, will be one's natural state, of a world in which the people one encounters will be honest, open, direct, and rational. I do not mean, of course, that such an attitude and expectation is conscious or conceptualized in a child's mind, but only that such is the implicit expectation of a healthy consciousness at the start of its life. How many of you expect it now? The question is, what happened in the years between? What happened to that sense of life? If today someone were to act irrationally or unjustly toward you, if they were suddenly to act in a manner drastically contradictory to what you had been led to expect, many of you would shrug in tired, numb resignation and feel, in effect, that's life. You'd probably reproach yourself if you had felt any degree of shock. Today you are not on the premise of expecting rationality or consistency. And when I say expecting it, I do not mean this merely in the statistical sense, I mean it in the metaphysical sense. I mean that most of you have come to accept irrationality, not merely as the statistically average or predominant, but, for all practical purposes, as the metaphysically normal, as the necessary and inevitable in human nature. Now, of course, there are irrationalists, such as James Taggart, who dread rationality or justice and who want to think of men as depraved. These are persons who, early in life, willfully and deliberately chose evil as their own mode of existence. But it's not of them that I am speaking. I am speaking, to paraphrase Galt, of man the victim, not man the killer. That is, of those who, at least predominantly, carry within them the submerged desire for a rationality which they have given up seeking or expecting to find in those they meet. The steps by which an individual gives it up begin in childhood. First, with the irrationalities of his parents, the contradictions, the broken promises, the arbitrary, unexplained injunctions, the incomprehensible punishments, and the incomprehensible rewards. Then, with the aunt or uncle, perhaps, who had started out by being so kind and understanding, but who, out of a bad mood, slapped the child's face one day and shouted at him angrily for no reason within the child's power to understand. Then, with the playmate who suddenly and unexpectedly smashed his favorite toy out of sheer spite because the playmate's mother would not buy him one like it. Then, with the teacher who made unwarranted and sarcastic criticisms of him in class in order to vent her own neurotic frustration and hostility, while the other students looked on and laughed in order to stay on the good side of the teacher. Then, with the girl who deserted him for a boy of whom she had previously spoken with contempt. Then, with his first employer on his first part-time job, who gave him switching and mutually irreconcilable orders and would blame anyone around him but never admit that he, the employer, had made a mistake. All of these experiences, or their equivalents, adding up through childhood and adolescence to the unstated feeling that any rational understanding, communication, or closeness with other human beings is impossible, and that one is childish or naive or unrealistic or a sucker to count on or expect it. This, in principle, is the basic pattern by which a child can give up not only his expectation of encountering rationality, but of achieving any intimate value affinity, any value closeness with those around him. From his first passion, perhaps, for the heroes of childhood stories, which neither his parents nor playmates shared, cared about, or understood. to his observation that the things that interested others he found meaningless and boring, to his dismay when the friend he had found at last, who seemed to share his values, criticized him one day for not being a regular fellow like the rest of the kids, to the girls who admired him for his independence but preferred more conventional boys for dates, to the companions who claimed to like him but who were bored by or resented those qualities of which he felt most proud. All of these experiences, or their equivalents, adding up to a feeling of helplessness in human relationships, to a sense of estrangement and isolation and metaphysical loneliness. If one could communicate such concepts to a child of 5, and if one were to tell him that he would reach the day when he would claim to be indifferent to human rationality, the day when he would claim that nothing hurt or disappointed him in relation to other people, since he did not expect anything good from anyone, the day when he would lose the knowledge of what it was he had wanted from people and pass by in resigned indifference those who might have had it to offer, the day when, if he found something great, he would be too embarrassed to express the admiration it deserved for fear of being rebuffed, the day when he would no longer be able to believe in the reality of that greatness even when he found it, the day when he would feel guilt and self-reproachful over any flicker within him that still wanted it, that still wanted life to be dramatic, exciting, romantic, important, the day when he would freeze and discourage others who wanted it, as others long ago had frozen and discouraged him, the child would not believe it. He would protest that he will never reach such a day. But you know how many children do reach it, as you know in what manner most of you have reached it. Have you ever wondered why you were unaccountably touched, almost to the point of pain, when someone showed an unexpected kindness toward you? Have you ever wondered why you sometimes wanted to cry, not at the sight that is ugly, but at the sight that is beautiful? Not at music that is tragic, but at music that is irresistibly gay, not in a moment of suffering, but in a moment of happiness? Have you ever wondered why you find it so painfully difficult to speak of the things that matter most to you, even with those who are closest and most trusted? Have you ever wondered why you sometimes felt ashamed at your own uncharacteristic expression of some deeply intense and serious emotion, and felt compelled to make a joke at your own expense in the next moment? Have you ever wondered why you sat passively while values you despised were being praised, and values you respected were being attacked, and you remained silent and unprotesting, not necessarily or exclusively out of fear, but also out of a heavy, weighted feeling amounting to the words, "What's the use?" The name we have given to the premise that makes this possible, the premise that leads men to submerge the best within them, is the malevolent universe premise. The malevolent universe premise is the belief, usually held only in the form of an emotion or generalized feeling, that the good, that is, that which one most deeply values and desires, has no chance on earth, that there is no way to achieve one's deepest values among other men. That premise is normally experienced as a sense of life. It has the feeling of a metaphysical conviction, of a fundamental view of one's relationship to existence. Usually, this premise is formed by a process of emotional generalization, by moving from the observation that many men are irrational to the desperate feeling that, for no reason one can understand, men will inevitably be irrational. Not all of those who hold this premise would identify it consciously. Perhaps the majority would not. Many would actively deny that they hold it, but it is nonetheless the unstated implication of much of their behavior.
While such a premise as a metaphysical conviction is mistaken because it amounts, in effect, to a damnation of human nature as such, I do not have to point out why even the best among men could be tempted to such an error. One of my purposes in these lectures has been to provide you with philosophical and psychological ammunition against the malevolent universe premise. One's values and goals are determined by one's view of existence, by one's view of what is possible. To the extent that one succumbs to the malevolent universe premise, one will necessarily feel that one's deepest values are unachievable, that for all practical purposes they are metaphysically inappropriate to life on earth. And to the extent that one cannot give up those values, one will feel oneself to be, in effect, a metaphysical freak. This premise, residing in the subconscious, will drive one to institute a process of inhibition and repression, to throttle the responses and desires that one feels to be unrealistic and impractical. And the tragic irony is this: one will be driven to it in self-protection, in protection of one's self-esteem, in the name of one's desire to be competent to deal effectively with the facts of reality. I should like to tell you a story, an illustration of this issue that was once told to me by a patient. The patient, as an adult, was exceptionally repressed with regard to anything that mattered to him. He tended to conceal or brush over his serious and idealistic values. When he was a young boy, he once entered a bicycle race. He was speeding along and doing very well when suddenly the wheels swerved and he went over the side of an embankment. Bruised and bleeding, and with his bicycle twisted and bent, he dragged himself up the hill and rejoined the race. He pedaled furiously, but of course it was too late to win. However, the crowd and the judges were so enthusiastic over his sportsmanship that they gave him a special medal. He felt very proud and happy about it and ran eagerly to the stands where members of his family had been watching. Instead of the appreciation he expected, he was met with indignant denunciations from his mother for his recklessness in continuing the race. All she could see was that he had torn his clothes and that he looked a mess. Neither she nor the others present showed any interest in the medal he had received or in the event which had taken place. The boy was terribly hurt, but he clenched his fists as at a weakness in himself, the weakness of wanting understanding and appreciation. He rode home with his family in silence. When they arrived home, the boy went to his room, looked at the medal for a moment, and then hid it in a bottom drawer. He swore that he would never show the medal to anyone, and he had been hiding all the medals of his soul ever since. Because the malevolent universe premise is in fact an error, because one's desire for rationality, for greatness, for human understanding is metaphysically right, that is actually consonant with the nature of man and reality, one will not be able to kill one's desire fully. One may have moments of tragic rebellion against one's own repression, but one will nonetheless be paralyzed and helpless to fight for or to achieve one's values in reality to the extent to which this premise is operative. In The Fountainhead, Dominique is an exceptionally noble representative of the malevolent universe error. She does not reach the point of actual repression. She does keep alive, if only within her own mind, the values she is in love with, but she is persuaded that the men of her society are so profoundly and irrevocably committed to irrationality that there is no way for her values to win among them, certainly not in her own lifetime, and she passionately and proudly rebels against the concept of martyrdom. She has too great an integrity to live on the terms of the world, but she considers her own values doomed and unattainable. She is unable to give up her longing for those values, of which Rourke is the symbol, but equally unable to fight for them as Rourke fights, because she is convinced that the world is run by evil, that evil is practical, and that any greatness is sentenced to destruction. When she grasps that the men she had despised are impotent, that it is to Rourke that the earth belongs, that evil has no actual power, she is free of her error. But observe that until she is free of it, until she learns the nature of her mistake, the logic of her premise leads her to fight against Rourke, to make his battle harder, not easier. Her motive is love, not hatred. She is acting consistently with her convictions and is trying to stop Rourke before he is destroyed. But motives do not alter facts, and so long as she believes that the good has no chance, it is the good that she will hurt. Well, that is the opposite of her intention. She is her own first victim, and Rourke, who is the highest embodiment of her values, has inevitably to be the second. Gail Wineland represents a less excusable variant of the malevolent universe error. Whereas Dominique never morally betrays her values and refuses to compromise with that which she holds to be evil, Wineland, starting out with the same basic error as Dominique's, decides to make terms with evil and to beat it at its own game. In the story of Wineland's youth, the reader is shown the steps by which Wineland acquires his malevolent sense of life. From the injustice and depravity he sees everywhere around him, to the reign of total mediocrity, to the seeming triumph of incompetence, to the sight of widespread cynicism and corruption on every level of society. There are two incidents in Wineland's youth which I should like to quote because they are exceptionally psychologically graphic. The first incident pertains to the time when Wineland first fell in love. Quote, Gail Wineland was 20 when he fell in love. The girl with whom he fell in love had an exquisite beauty, a beauty to be worshipped, not desired. She was fragile and silent. Her face told of the lovely mysteries within her left unexpressed. She became Gail Wineland's mistress. He allowed himself the weakness of being happy. He would have married her at once had she mentioned it, but they said little to each other. He felt that everything was understood between them. One evening he spoke. Sitting at her feet, his face raised to her, he allowed his soul to be heard. My darling, anything that you wish, anything I am, anything I can ever be, that's what I want to offer you. Not the things I'll get for you, but the thing in me that will make me able to get them. That thing, a man can't renounce it, but I want to renounce it so that it will be yours, so that it will be in your service, only for you. The girl smiled and asked, Do you think I'm prettier than Maggie Kelly? He got up, he said nothing, and walked out of the house. He never saw that girl again. Gail Wineland, who prided himself on never needing a lesson twice, did not fall in love again in the years that followed. Close quote. The second incident pertains to the start of Wineland's newspaper career when he was working on the Gazette. Quote, He was 21 when his career on the Gazette was threatened for the first and only time. Politics and corruption had never disturbed him. He knew all about it. His gang had been paid to help stage beatings at the polls on election days. But when Pat Mulligan, police captain of his precinct, was framed, Wineland could not take it, because Pat Mulligan was the only honest man he had ever met in his life. The Gazette was controlled by the powers that had framed Mulligan. Wineland said nothing. He merely put in order in his mind such items of information he possessed as would blow the Gazette into hell. His job would be blown with it, but that did not matter. His decision contradicted every rule he had laid down for his career, but he did not think. It was one of the rare explosions that hit him at times, throwing him beyond caution, making of him a creature possessed by the single impulse to have his way, because the rightness of his way was so blindingly total. But he knew that the destruction of the Gazette would be only a first step. It was not enough to save Mulligan. For 3 years, Wineland had kept one small clipping, an editorial on corruption by the famous editor of a great newspaper. He had kept it because it was the most beautiful tribute to integrity he had ever read. He took that clipping and went to see the great editor. He would tell him about Mulligan, and together they would beat the machine. He walked far across town to the building of the famous paper. He had to walk and help to control the fury within him. He was admitted into the office of the editor. He saw a fat man at a desk with thin slits of eyes set close together. He did not introduce himself, but laid the clipping down on the desk and asked, "Do you remember this?" The editor glanced at the clipping, then at Wynand. "How do you expect me to remember every piece of swill I write?" asked the editor. After a moment, Wynand said, "Thanks." It was the only time in his life that he felt gratitude to anyone. The gratitude was genuine, a payment for a lesson he would never need again. But even the editor knew that there was something very wrong in that short thanks and very frightening. He did not know that it had been an obituary on Gail Wynand. Close quote. Notwithstanding Wynand's error and the consequences to which it leads, Wynand is a man of passionate ambition and enormous self-esteem. The self-esteem that makes it impossible for him to seek or to find any actual enjoyment in his victories, and that makes him incapable fully of losing the idealism with which he started, which is why Rourke loves him. But because Wynand does not withdraw as Dominic does, because he is willing to succeed by means of that which he considers evil, he is led to acquire, in the later years of his life, a vested interest in the belief that the good is impractical, in order to justify his own course and to persuade himself that there is no alternative. This is why he is driven to corrupt men of apparent integrity, and why at first he tries to corrupt Rourke. There is a part of him that still desperately wants a man such as Rourke to exist and to be possible, but it is this that he will not admit to himself. It is this that he has repressed until the best within him asserts itself, and the strength of his feeling for Rourke finally breaks down Wynand's repressive barrier. Wynand, at least in his early years, is morally innocent. He believes that no other course of action is possible if one wishes to live on earth at all. But observe in how many ways Rourke, who does not adopt the malevolent universe premise, who does not surrender the world to evil, who does go on fighting for his values, is made to pay the price of Wynand's error. Dr. Robert Stadler in Atlas Shrugged is another representative of the malevolent universe error, and here you are shown the ultimate calamitous consequences to which it can lead. Stadler, too, begins by making a morally innocent error. A genius caught in a swamp of mediocrity, he decides that men are incurably irrational and predominantly stupid, that a man of the mind has no way to deal with them. His constant cry is, "What can you do when you have to deal with people?" But when Stadler endorses the State Science Institute, when he sets out to gain the values he wants from others by the use of physical force, he sells his soul to the very brutes he despises. He crosses the line from victim to killer, and thereafter he is compelled, by the logic of his chosen course, to evade and repress the noblest premises of his past, to dread the very men of the mind for whom he had passionately longed, and to end up as an enemy of reason and as the would-be destroyer of John Galt. At the end of the story, he is viciously committed to the malevolent universe premise as his moral lifebelt. He must believe that the world is evil and that only evil is practical in order to evade the enormity of his own treason. Whereas Wynand is at least partially redeemed by the realization that a Rourke can win and be practical, Stadler, because his betrayal is greater, dissolves in terror at the possibility that a Galt can be practical. Wynand ends by closing the banner and breaking with the errors of his past. Stadler goes on to total self-destruction. On a lesser scale, there are many men such as Stadler in the world, men who, however they may have begun, end up by wanting it to be a malevolent universe, as an excuse and justification for their own immorality or passivity. There are a great many men who have a vested interest in the belief that only evil is practical, or that evil is a necessary condition of practical success, as an excuse for their own immoral desires. One can be led to a belief in a malevolent universe by different roads, and one can hold the belief with different degrees of severity. The noblest and comparatively least severe variant is that represented by Dominic. For Dominic, the problem is conscious. She honestly sees no way for a man of integrity to exist or to function in the world around her. Perhaps the most tragic variant is the individual, of whom there are many, who compounds Dominic's problem by blaming himself for his inability to understand or cope with human irrationality, who cannot really believe that people are evil or grasp how it would be psychologically possible for them to be, and who takes his own helplessness and bewilderment as a reflection on his self-esteem, feeling that somehow he should be able to communicate with people even though he has no idea how to do it and has tried everything he does know. And in making this error, in taking an unearned self-blame, drives still deeper the belief that he can never succeed on earth, can never achieve his values among other men. But there are those who succumb to the malevolent universe premise with far from full moral innocence. Those who succumb to it not merely because they have encountered human irrationality and have drawn an unwarranted generalization, but because their own values are an undefined, inarticulate mixture, part rational, part irrational. Those who feel helpless to achieve their values because they never really seek to conceptualize their values, but freeze them on the level of childhood emotions and hold in place of a thought only an incommunicable longing. Those who are too quick to give up when they are not understood immediately, and do not bother to ask themselves whether they are fully certain that they have been objective and clear. Those who regard as malevolent any world in which their virtue and efforts are not perceived and rewarded instantly. Those who give up because they expect a ready-made world, a ready-made Atlantis, but will not fight to achieve it and instead surrender it to the realm of the impossible. Then there is the better type of social metaphysician, the type who does possess a muted, struggling element of sovereignty and a longing for the rational and the heroic, but who doubts these values precisely because they are his, because his mind has chosen them, and he feels pulled to consign them, as he has consigned himself, to the status of the metaphysically impractical. To the extent that one is less than fully rational, to the extent that one lives in less than full focus, one only intensifies immeasurably the problem of malevolent universe and repression. One will distrust one's own judgment, one will be uncertain of the validity of one's choices, and one will feel unworthy of one's own highest values and the traitor to one's best and noblest moments. I should like to state parenthetically that an irrationalist such as James Taggart also believes that the universe is malevolent, but in a different sense of the term and for an opposite reason to the one I have been discussing. Observe that for the malevolent universes I have been describing, their problem is social. It pertains to their dealings with other men. It isn't a damnation of the nature of life and existence as such. And further, the world seems malevolent to such people because men are irrational. But James Taggart regards existence itself as malevolent. It is metaphysical reality that he fears and hates, and he hates and fears it because it is rational, because it will not grant him his contradictions, because it will not allow him to succeed in gaining his every whim, because it will not allow him to have his evil and his self-esteem too. But to return to those who matter, to the honest, pro-reason malevolent universes, what they must learn to understand is this: that one's view of life and of the humanly possible is not to be surrendered to the sum of one's statistical encounters with evil. That man is a being of volitional consciousness. He is born neither rational nor irrational, but has the choice to be either. And that one must not renounce one's vision of the ideal because those around one have failed to think and to rise to the level of achieving it. Let me remind you of a thought passage of Dagny's at the banquet given by the looters after they have captured John Galt. Dagny looks at Galt's face and at the faces of the men around him, which are being shown on television screens across the country. Quote, "Once they have seen him," thought Dagny, "can they wish to look at anybody else? Once they know that he is possible, that this is what man can be, what else can they want to seek? Can they now feel any desire except to achieve in their souls what he has achieved in his? Or are they going to be stopped by the fact that the Mouches, the Morrisons, the Thompsons of the world had not chosen to achieve it? Are they going to regard the Mouches as the human and him as the impossible? Close quote. That, ladies and gentlemen, is the question which I should like to address to you. If in your childhood and adolescence you could not find the concepts to name the best and most rational of your values, you have been given them. If you did not have the proof of the objectivity of the metaphysical rightness of those values, you have it now. If you did not know how to fight for those values, you have been told. The question you must now face, then, is whether you are willing to surrender the sense of life and the vision of what is possible offered to you in Atlas Shrugged, to renounce it, to repress it, to run in guilty embarrassment from the intensity of your own feelings, to sneer at the best within your own soul, and to slap your own face for the sake of values and men that you yourselves despise. Remember that those men want you to surrender the world to them. They want you to regard your values as impractical. They want you to repress and to turn to the pursuit of values that mean nothing to you. They want you stopped and paralyzed by the belief that fulfillment is impossible on earth. If you have ever felt, as I know for a fact that some of you have, that Atlas Shrugged is so great and beautiful a book that it never should have been published and exposed to this evil world, remember that that is what the Mouches, the Ferrises, the James Taggarts of the world would want you to feel, and would have liked nothing better than for Ayn Rand to have felt it too. But if she had, who would have been the victor? To whom would she have surrendered this earth? Evil is impotent and wins only by the default of the good. With every serious passion you renounce because the people around you don't share it, with every compliment you do not pay to those who have earned it because you fear the recipient will be indifferent, with every statement of love you do not utter because you equate love with vulnerability and strong feelings with helplessness, with every action you do not take in defense of your values because you believe they are doomed, with every surrender to silence and passivity in the face of that which you know to be immoral because of fear, hopelessness, or disgust, with every second-rate pursuit you turn to because you believe that nothing else is possible, you are contributing to that default which makes the victory of evil possible and are creating the very universe you dread, a universe in which the good has no chance. Let me remind you of another passage from the banquet given for Galt, a passage that describes some of the people who sit looking at Galt. Quote, "They were looking at Galt with a desperate plea, with a wistfully tragic admiration, and with hands lying limply on the tables before them. These were the men who saw what he was, who lived in frustrated longing for his world, but tomorrow, if they saw him being murdered before them, their hands would hang as limply and their eyes would look away, saying, 'Who am I to act?'" Close quote. If you who have achieved the state of desiring the good withdraw, repress, and give up, what do you do to those who do not give up, who do not repress, who do not hide their medals, but are willing to flaunt them to the world, who are willing to fight for their values alone if necessary, and who are forced to fight alone because of those who are not willing? No, I am not advocating that you become martyrs. I am not telling you to drop everything and go out and convert the world. I am not telling you to die for your values. I am telling you to do something much, much harder to learn how to live for them. The tragedy of repression and the malevolent universe problem is precisely that it incapacitates one for one's values. It discourages the process of continuing conceptualization of one's values, the conceptualization that is indispensable if one ever hopes to achieve them. It throttles ambition, stops careers before they have started, and encourages men to settle for the second best in their work as they settle for it in their life, because it undercuts one on the level of incentives. No one will struggle for that which he believes to be impossible. And finally, it can bring one to the day when one has lost the power even to recognize one's values, when one's emotional capacity has been so stifled and frozen that one can pass greatness in the street and no longer be able to know it. How does one live for one's values? By never losing the desire to achieve them, by never losing the knowledge that one is right and that nothing can matter more than to be right, by taking every rational action in the name of one's values that is open to one, and not reproaching oneself for that which is truly beyond one's power, by never surrendering to pain or revulsion so totally that one loses the reality of the values in whose name one is suffering, by never allowing the 1,000 images of Wesley Mouch to swallow one's vision of John Galt. Ladies and gentlemen, I do not wish to minimize the very real difficulties of living in an age as irrational as the present. We are living in an age which future generations will recognize to be the age of pre-reason. I do not wish to imply that if one fights rationally and conscientiously, one will win every value one desires. Success is never guaranteed to man. The benevolent universe premise is not the certainty of practical victory. It is the conviction that happiness, success, triumph, and fulfillment are the metaphysically normal, the metaphysically appropriate, the natural for man. That disaster and calamity are the exception, not the inevitable. That the moral is the practical, that no matter how long or how hard the struggle, it is only the right and the rational that can win on earth, and that the first victory to be won is never to lose this knowledge within one's own mind. What you must understand is this, that however irrational the world around you, such happiness as can be achieved today can be achieved only to the extent that you choose to live by reason and by your best, most honest, long-range values. If you surrender your sovereign view of reality to terms and values you cannot respect, will you achieve a greater happiness, or will you cut off all possibility of happiness? If you renounce the career you had wanted and give up to passivity, or to work you find meaningless, will you achieve a greater fulfillment, or will you sentence yourself to irredeemable frustration? If you abandon the responsibility of shaping your character in the image of your highest values, will you be more competent to live, or will you kill such self-esteem as you have achieved? If you find the world hopelessly bewildering, will rejecting your mind make it more intelligible? This is the choice that now confronts you. To go on repressing, driving deeper until you have killed utterly your highest and most serious values, while your conscious life and practical existence are ruled by another and alien code, and you pass on to others the irrationality that had been passed on to you, or to redeem from the underground of your soul the best and most rational of that with which you started, to bring it into the open, first within your own mind, to fight for it consciously and proudly, and to learn to deserve it. When, as a child, you expected people to be rational, you were right. One should expect rationality of people. Expect it not necessarily in the statistical sense, but in the moral sense. When you expected men and achievements you could admire, you were right. When you expected to be appreciated for your virtues, you were right. When you expected your life to be important, you were right. When you thought that man should be a hero, you were right. That, no matter what is happening around you, is the knowledge you must never allow yourself to lose. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen.